registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jack Nierenberg. Following will be Maddie Buckies, followed by Mary Bolton.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. Good to see you all in the new year. Guess what I saw just a few days ago? I saw a toll gantry for the congestion pricing on Madison Avenue just past 60th Street. Now, as all of you should be aware, the congestion pricing plan only calls for people being charged going into the zone, not out of it. And I've been getting concerns from many people, and I share this concern myself, is that down the road, the MTA is going to claim that, oh, we're not getting the funding, we're not meeting the threshold for congestion pricing, so we're going to activate these toll gantries on the streets going out of the CBD, effectively pulling a bait and switch. That's the complaint that I've been getting. So, given the track record that I've seen, unfortunately, I'm not as confident that this is not going to happen. So, what I want, on behalf of all of the New Yorkers, especially those who own small businesses, those who are undergoing medical treatments, and are forced to drive into the city, among other vulnerable groups, is I want to see a commitment that the MTA is not going to be activating these toll gantries. And I am aware that this issue did make it to the press, and I am aware that the reasoning behind the toll gantries on the exiting streets is for data collection and license plate verification. So I just want to make sure that these toll gantries are not going to be charging people erroneously. And if there's any way to avoid that confusion, just increase the transparency about that, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maddie Buckies, followed by Mary Bolton.
Please forgive me for the record. I actually forgot in Highland, but anyway, good morning, everybody. I'm Maddie W. Buckies Highland. I want to speak today about electronic toll payment methods. The Easy Pass program is one of the biggest here in the Northeast around the Interstate 95 corridor. It even works down in Florida. But, however, the Sun Pass, which is in Florida, has something that it's accepted where Easy Pass is accepted. But the E-Pass, which is owned by the Central Florida Expressway Authority, I'm not sure if it's accepted in New York. So I'm hoping that the board would consider, since a lot of people come from New York to Florida who live there maybe part-time, to accept the E-Pass, which is owned by the Central Florida Expressway Authority, as an acceptable payment method for using the MTA's bridges and tunnels. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary Bolton, followed by Carlton D'Souza.
Got to turn it on. Good morning.
You're on board. It's good to see you.
It's good to see everybody.
Always.
It's hard. I stood here a month ago and I said, we have to talk. In January, the new 2023 manual uniform traffic control devices came out, and they added some new information, one of which said, if you find something that you can do better, go ahead and do it. They were very specific about recognizing there are errors in that book, and if you find one and you can fix it and make it safer, then do it. Jano said, come to the office because face-to-face does the trick. I've asked to meet with your team, somebody, get to know each other, begin the process of making the road safer. I haven't been able to get that meeting. Now, somebody at that table in the front needs to say, hey, Murray, sit down with Joe, start the process going, let's see what we can do. And there's no specific. The first is to get each other, to know each other, and establish a personal relation and a trusting relationship. Now, I don't know how to get that done. I asked last month. This month, somebody at that table has to make it happen. I can't anymore. It's going to increase safety and reduce costs. That's the name of the game. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carlton D'Souza, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. Happy 2024. Congestion pricing is going to be a horrible thing to happen to New York City and New York State. And we're getting so many complaints from so many people. First of all, we don't have more express buses, and we need more express bus routes. We also need a $2.90 fare on the Long Island Railroad if congestion pricing is going to happen in parts of Queens, Brooklyn, and other parts of the borough, because it's not fair to all of us that we have to be on crowded subway trains. And that's what nobody's realizing. The subways are going to get crowded. The express buses are going to be packed. So you're going to need more bus routes. And in the Queens bus redesign, we need a bus route that runs from Long Island City all the way into the Midtown Tunnel into Manhattan. And the Q101 or the Q103 should be doing that. And that is a suggestion that we received from community residents over there. So that's something you'll need to look at for the Long Island City residents. And in terms of discounts for people with disabilities, people who have to go for chemotherapy and appointments, medical appointments, they need discounts and incentives. Same thing for our first responders as well. Our police, our firefighters, they should not have to pay a full congestion pricing. And also transit workers. Transit workers were left out of this whole congestion pricing debate. And many transit workers are now going to have to pay that fee. And why wasn't this, negotiated during the employee contracts? That should have been something, especially for MTA employees, that should have been worked out. So we at Passengers United do not support congestion pricing. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. The next and final speaker is Joseph Morales.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales, and I attend Bronx Engineering. I'm a senior at Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy. Just wanted to bring up a few things I noticed in the Bridges and Tunnels Committee book. One is that I noticed that 77.6% of drivers on bridges and tunnels still use toll by mail. We all know that EasyPass is a more efficient and affordable system. So I feel like the MTA should take more action to try and help people switch to EasyPass and include directions for doing so in toll-by-mail bills versus just including the advertisement for EasyPass. Especially with congestion pricing coming, we don't want more drivers to be burdened than higher costs than they have to be. Also, I noticed that the Bridges and Tunnels budget for overtime seemed like you guys have budgeted almost double than what you guys actually spent in 2021 and 2023. While it's important for employees to receive the money they righteously earn, it's important that unused funds are reallocated toward bridges and tunnels operations, and there should be transparency with the public when this happens. Lastly, the public should also know why the average cost per bridge for the cashless tolling contract with Transcor LP will be over $23 million when the cost for the Henry Hudson Bridge in 2014 was only slightly over $7 million. Given the prevalence of cashless tolling nationwide, you would think the value of a contract of this would go down slightly, wouldn't cost dramatically more than it did at this onset, which was relatively new technology. Given the impact that it was known to have back then as the big new thing, now it's something that should be considered pretty much we take for granted across the United States. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the November and December Bridge and Tunnel Committee meeting? Second? Do I have a second? Okay, all in favor, aye? Thank you. Okay. President Sheraton, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Mack. B&T's proposed 2024 committee work plan starts on page 10 of the book, and we are requesting committee approval.
Do I have a motion? Motion, second? All in favor? Aye? Thank you.
The first month of 2024 came in strong, with winter weather touching down on B&T facilities in all manner of extremes. We had wind, ice, heavy rain, and snow. I want to acknowledge our teams in the field and those working behind the scenes for responding to quick changing conditions, especially to high winds. You kept our customers and fellow employees safe and our business operations running smoothly. In addition to the wintry mix, we also contended with a vehicle fire at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel at the height of the afternoon rush on Tuesday, January 9th. This was in the Manhattan-bound East Tube. If not for the immediate and well-orchestrated emergency response by our bridge and tunnel officers, maintainers, facility management, and our C&D engineering partners, as well as FDNY, this incident had the real potential for escalation as a threat to life safety and serious structural damage. It's reassuring how the team's collective training comes to bear to manage incidents and limit damage. When I arrived at the scene, our team and FDNY had already assessed the situation, contained and extinguished the fire, evacuated the smoke, and was commencing cleanup. The West Tube was also quickly reconfigured for two-way operation, which involves not only traffic control but adjustments to the toll system. Once cleanup was complete and a structural inspection of the damaged area was also completed, the East Tube was reopened just 3 hours after the incident started. I commend all involved that day for their efforts and swift yet coordinated response. I'd also like to note we had a fire this morning at the Whitestone, Queensbound. It was a unoccupied school bus. The fire is out, and we're commencing cleanup there and also a structural inspection to make sure everything is safe for our traveling public. Finally, as featured in an MTA press release last week, B&T takes pride in looking back and taking stock of 2023's achievements. Notable among these are a continued downward trend in collisions, despite a record year in traffic volume. Robust enforcement against persistent toll violators is also up, coupled with steady revenue recovery and improvements in how we identify and catch toll evaders. You'll hear more about this from our operations and tolling leadership. Needless to say, I'm very pleased with these high points as we work together with our regional partners to keep the momentum going through 2024. Now to kick off an overview of 2023 as it relates to a critically important safety issue on our facilities, I'll turn it over to Pashko Kamaj, who I'm pleased to announce has been named Acting Vice President and Chief Safety Officer. Since joining B&T in 2004, Pashko has served in several capacities within our Safety and Health Department, most recently as Assistant Vice President of Safety and Health Compliance. His seasoned combination of experience, skills, and knowledge as a doctor of public health were especially valuable during the COVID-19 pandemic and will prove just as important in this new role. Pashko?
Thank you, Kathy. I'm honored, as always, to be working with outstanding Bridges and Tunnels team. Good morning, Commissioners. First, I would like to echo President Sheridan's remarks about the efficient handling of the vehicle fire at Hugh L. Carey Tunnel earlier in the month. From the safety and health standpoint in particular, it was managed with primary focus on keeping customers and employees out of harm's way. Impressive work by all. As one of our most important safety indicators, traffic collisions on our bridges and tunnels continue to show a promising downward trend for the last 4 years, having reached the lowest point in decades. As you can see in the chart on screen, the trend has been more impressive considering the significant increase in vehicle volume on our crossings, highlighting long-term safety improvements for our customers and users. Indeed, preliminary data for 2023 indicates the highest volume ever recorded, reaching an average of more than 920,000 daily crossings. From a roadway safety point of view, 2023 ended on a positive. Compared with 2022, volume was up by 2.7%, while collision counts were down by a total of 148, or 11.4%. Another way to look at this is there are about 3.5 collisions for every 1 million crossings on all our 9 facilities. This underscores B&T's commitment to enhancing customer safety and maintaining positive trajectory in minimizing roadway incidents. These positive trends can be attributed to our ongoing initiatives under the 3 E's: engineering, education, and enforcement. I will now turn it over to Vice President and Chief of Operations, Rich Hilderman.
Thank you, Pashko. While the majority of our customers are law-abiding and pay their tolls, there are those who seek to beat the system by trying to evade paying. With the start of open road tolling, B&T introduced new technologies to our law enforcement workforce. License plate readers, or LPRs, were installed on all of our patrol vehicles as well as on our tolling gantries. When a vehicle with a New York State registration that's been suspended for toll violations or an out-of-state persistent toll violator is identified by the LPR system, our officers are alerted. When a vehicle is stopped, the suspended registration status is confirmed, the vehicle is towed, and license plates are removed and sent back to the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles. 2023 was a banner year for toll enforcement. Last year, our officers stopped more than 2,700 vehicles for toll evasion. 1,830 of those vehicles had suspended New York State registrations and were removed from our roadways. The chart on the screen illustrates revenue recovery due to roadside vehicle stops since 2019. More than $4 million was recovered solely from these interdictions in 2023, another new benchmark for us. The single highest 2023 stop was for a motorist who owed more than $80,000. Our officers also made 26 arrests for vehicles using fraudulent license plates, and more than 3,200 summonses were issued for drivers operating with covered, obstructed, dirty, or altered license plates. In 2023, B&T's Internal Security Department expanded its license plate reader capability through the addition of mobile LPR trailers. These trailers have been strategically deployed at bridge and tunnel approaches, maximizing opportunities to apprehend persistent toll violators. Information collected from these mobile units also provides additional patterns and trends that aid in data-driven enforcement. While we continue to evaluate their effectiveness, the early results are positive, and we expect to expand the use of this mobile technology. B&T is not insulated in our enforcement efforts, and we're proud to team up in this initiative with our regional stakeholders, the New York State Police, NYPD, the New York City Sheriff's Office, Port Authority Police Department, and the MTA Police Department. Finally, we appreciate the governor's support in legislative efforts to expand our law enforcement capabilities with regards to persistent toll evaders. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Nicola Angel, Vice President of Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling.
Thank you, Rich. Good morning. As Rich stated, 2023 marked notable progress in B&T's ongoing pursuit of toll revenue recovery. While B&T's preliminary record traffic can be linked to the success of open road tolling's operating efficiencies, we are committed to renewing our efforts to recover revenue and help our customers pay their tolls to avoid violations. The ITST team continuously pursue persistent toll violators, or PTVs, through submissions of unpaid toll cases via our agency's New York State Department of Motor Vehicles Registration Suspension Program. This program has proven successful in incentivizing violators to pay what they owe. In 2023, the revenue recovery from DMV suspensions was over $35 million, which was 61% more than 2022. As for vehicles with fraudulent and intentionally obstructed license plates, we perform toll system audits to find these vehicles and use all the resources we have to ensure they don't get away with not paying their fair share. As Rich also stated, the vast majority of our customers pay their tolls and are not violators. In fact, almost 92% of our customers use EasyPass. We recognize the importance of education and convenience, and therefore much of our efforts are spent trying to make it easier for customers to pay their tolls. To facilitate easier toll payments and account maintenance, we provide a variety of tools and resources. For example, Tolls NY is an easy-to-use, free mobile phone application that helps customers manage toll by mail payments as well as Easy Pass accounts. Among its features, the app provides access to instructional videos on how customers can use the app to keep their accounts in good standing. By the end of 2023, there were 3.6 million downloads of the Tolls NY app installed on mobile devices, nearly a 4% increase over 2022. Revenue of 6% using the app was maintained through 2023, which equates to about $153 million in payments. Among other choices for paying tolls, customers who prefer to pay by cash can opt for the Vanilla Direct service to pay tolls at participating merchants such as CVS and Walgreens. Vanilla Direct averages $60,000 in payments per month. Finally, the MTA Office of Toll Payer Advocate is an independent resource available for customers who meet the criteria for elevated toll violation assistance. Customers can submit requests to MTA Toll Payer Advocate via the MTA website. Thank you, and this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Nicola, and to all for this look back. I look forward to keeping this momentum going through 2024. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Andrew?
Thank you. This might be for you, Rich. When B&T catches a toll evader and their license plate is from a state other than New York, do you contact that state's motor vehicle bureau?
Actually, I think maybe Nicola's group would
Yeah,
know that better. Yeah.
we can speak to that. So for outer state or non-New York license plate, when they are toll evaders, we use different avenues to try to recoup that revenue. Those violations often escalate to collections, and we work with a private collection agency to receive those tolls. To access the information about those violators, we do work through other DMV departments at the various states as well.
Thank you.
And I just add that we do have reciprocity with Massachusetts, but that is the only state we really have the ability to suspend registrations. Any other questions? Okay, finally, there is one procurement action this month. Lynn Gore, Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, will present this action.
Thank you. Procurements start on page 47 of the committee book. There are no non-competitive procurements or ratifications. MTA Bridges and Tunnels have one procurement action being brought to the Bridges and Tunnel Committee for approval this month. MTA B&T is seeking committee approval to amend personal service contract PSC 13-2949 with Transcore LP to exercise 3 one-year option renewals for cashless tolling maintenance services at the authority's toll facilities in the not to exceed amount of $38.9 million. Unless there are any questions, this procurement action is described in details in the committee book staff summary. I submit this procurement action to the committee for approval.
Okay, can I have a motion? Second? Are there any questions regarding? Okay. Have a vote. Everyone in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, and this concludes B&T's report.
Okay, well, can I get we're right on time. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? Aye. Everyone we'll see you on Wednesday and have a great weekend for those that I won't see.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As per RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means power is
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Long Island Railroad Metro North Railroad Committee. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I know. So we'll start. We could get public comments. Yeah. To begin, do we have any public comments?
Good morning. This morning we have 11 speakers signed up. For the benefit of all of our speakers and for fairness of all of our participants, please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. We will be alternating speakers. Our first speaker will be remote. Our first speaker will be Maddie Bushy Highland, followed by Jack Nurnberg.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highland. I want to speak to you about various comments today. The first being accessibility. With 2024 on a roll, we have already unlocked the potential for accessibility at the Scarsdale and Hartsdale station on the Metro North. I'm very excited to see what is going to come. I want to thank the advocates, though, and they deserve a well-deserved pat on the back. The second thing I want to talk about is safety. I do applaud and salute the police who keep us out the rails safe. We can't have fights that resemble like you see on the Jerry Springer show. And the last thing I want to talk about is fares. I'm not sure if you heard this on the news, but New Jersey Transit has planned to increase their fares on there, which have not been raised since the governorship of Christopher James. A lot of people know him as Chris Christie. He would be raised for the first time by 15%. That could be a hectic amount for the commuters who use these west of the Hudson River. I would hope to consider those with these things, Accessibility are disability rights are human rights, everybody, and we should applaud and salute those who work very hard for them and give them a well-deserved pat on the back. Thank you, and have a good day. Over to you.
Our next speaker is Jack Nurnberg, followed by Ravi Kanmumam.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. So I've been looking at the schedule changes coming up shortly, and I'm noticing there are some improvements, long-awaited improvements, such as more through trains to Atlantic Terminal, and finally, we're seeing some returning trains going out from Atlantic Terminal on some of the major branches in the afternoon peak. At the same time, while this is an improvement, there's still a lot more to be done, and we're still waiting to see those through trains from Atlantic Terminal coming back to the main line, more specifically the Ronkonkoma line and the Huntington line. So we're still waiting to see those. And secondly, we're still seeing connections at Jamaica where we're seeing riders scrambling to the trains, going from Brooklyn or going to Brooklyn and barely making the train. So that's something that I think needs to be addressed as well. And finally, I'm going to discuss the fares for the Long Island Railroad. We did see the elimination of the Atlantic ticket last year, which was a real shame because people in Southeast Queens, these are already disadvantaged communities, they lost their weekly $60 ticket for the railroad, which included the subway transfer. That was a lifeline to them. So we really want to see that restored for them. And at the same time, if we can see cities in Europe, for example, Rome, you can get on the commuter rail at the exact same price as a metro ticket, which is, I think, €1.50. We could see the same, and especially with congestion pricing coming in, how are we going to accommodate these the influx of riders switching from driving onto mass transit, especially from the outer boroughs? And we really want to see them an incentive, a proper incentive. So reducing the fares will actually make a huge difference for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Ravi Chanmugam, followed by Murray Bowden.
Hi, and good morning. Thank you again for the excellent service and commitments that we're seeing from the LIRR. My comment is on scheduling and specifically on weekends. As a regular traveler from Jamaica into Penn Station, there appear to be very few express trains making that route. And specifically, my comment is whether the 547 on Saturday and Sunday from Jamaica could be made to be express. Last several times I've been on that train, have noticed very few people getting off at Woodside. I think yesterday only 3 people got off at Woodside. So I believe there is another way for people to get to Woodside. But again, in the interest of having an efficient commute at a peak hour, asking for consideration on an express train, more express trains into Penn Station. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by Andy Pollack.
Good morning, everyone. As you may or may not know, the 2003 Manual Uniform Traffic Control Devices is now in effect. They put some new stuff in there. One of the statements says, when you find a better way or a safer way to do it, then get it done legally. At the Roaring Brook Railroad Station, they have two pieces of, called a crossbuck. 200 years ago, they took two pieces of wood and they nailed it up there and they called it railroad crossing. But the area between over the tracks should have don't block the box, the same as everywhere else. As it happens at Virginia Road, they have an old do not block the box. Do not block the box. I'm sorry. I can't always find the words I need. I want to meet with your team from both the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, sit down, get to know each other face to face, and lay out a plan for which things on the railroads can be made safer at lower cost. So, Rob, if you could set up a meeting with me, I'll come out to the island. First, we'll get to know each other, and then we'll sit down and say, how can we make the road safer for the people that use it? Someplace has to start. This is where it starts. I can't do this much longer. And the instructions are, we notice manual is broken, fix it where you can, legally. And they tell you how to do it. And thank everybody who helped me do this, because I could not have done it by myself.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Andy Pollack, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning, Andy Pollack for the record, Passengers United. Please note it's spelled P-O, two L's, A-C-K. So a couple of things we're going to discuss this month. Number one, to the Long Island Railroad, Rob Free, thank you very much for addressing the men's stalls issue at Grand Central Madison. We've been complaining for a while that the stalls were missing in the men's bathroom on the east side of the station. Thankfully now all the bathroom stalls do have locks. That's very good that my complaint was heard about that last month. Okay, second, schedules. So thankfully now with the Hempstead branch, there are now two trains that leave directly from Atlantic Terminal, 3:35 p.m. and 6:39 p.m. So the complaint I have is for the Far Rockaway branch. Apparently, there's only one direct train during the peak that leaves direct from Atlantic Terminal to Far Rockaway, which is at 4:46 p.m. So please have at least two trains that leave from Atlantic to Far Rockaway every day. And one more request because of scheduling. I'm hoping that we will get the new Long Island Railroad schedules before the February 26th meeting. Hopefully they will come out on the week of February 12th or February 19th. So I just want to wish everybody a happy new year. Thank you for letting me speak, and I will speak at New York City Transit later this morning.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Joseph Morales, followed by Sally Wolf.
All right. Once again. Oh shoot. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is, for those of you who haven't heard already, my name is Joseph Morales, and I go to Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy. With the LIRR, I'm glad to see STEM TA programming coming to Suffolk County with the elementary school in Babylon. However, and I feel that the program should be continue to spread throughout the region, and more specifically to where significant projects are taking place and in historically underserved communities, so that more youth are exposed to the work the MTA is doing to improve our infrastructure for years to come. I noticed in the board book for today that employee lost time accident rates have been slowly but steadily increasing since 2020, and I feel like the railroads should develop a clear course of action in order to reverse this trend. Lastly, I noticed that for crime, summonses and arrest data only include statistics from the MTA PD. However, I feel like the numbers should also include data for law enforcement action taken by municipal, county, and state police agencies in and around LIRR Metro North stations, because these agencies also play a major role in ensuring safety at our stations, as well as in the suburban downtowns that often surround our stations. And I personally feel like in a lot of our villages that safety in the station is likely tied to safety in the community. So making sure there's overlap to help address these issues across the suburbs would be amazing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Sally Wolf, followed by Jack Connors.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year. Back in September 2022, when I first spoke with you, I certainly didn't expect to still be coming, but I felt compelled to return today, having taken many Long Island Railroad and Metro North trains recently, with many unmasked people coughing on all. As you can imagine, as an immunocompromised New Yorker on cancer medicine, I found this to be incredibly and unnecessarily stressful. We as a society have a responsibility to protect our most vulnerable and to ensure their safety. There is no reason we cannot create a masked car or two on each train, or even just a masked area of certain cars, the same small areas already designated for those using wheelchairs. This isn't simply about COVID. There are many other airborne viruses that are rampant now too. And many, many people are now choosing to no longer stay home while they're sick. So given where we are, the MTA can certainly step up to create a space for more of us to travel safely. Here's the thing, I already do everything I can. If I'm going westbound on Metro North, I take the last car, or heading westbound on the LIRR, it's usually the first. Those tend to be less crowded. But I can never stop someone else who boards after me from sitting beside me while coughing, unmasked. So I'm turning to you for your help. It is simple. It costs almost nothing. And most unmasked people will do the right thing because their rights are not infringed upon. Maya Angelou famously said that when we know better, we can do better. The past 4 years have taught us how to know better, how to protect vulnerable New Yorkers. So now let's please do better together. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jack Connors, followed by Charleston D'Souza.
Good morning. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. Happy birthday to Grand Central Madison, the largest train terminal constructed in North America in 67 years. It's great to see the GCM Penn split hit the 40/60 target for the first time. This is a clear indication that more and more riders are enjoying easier access to all that the East Side has to offer. On February 4th, Rosa Parks' birthday, we will mark Transit Equity Day, which is observed both as a celebration of the civil rights icon's life and legacy and a national day of action to further the goal of providing frequent, reliable, accessible, and affordable public transportation as a civil right. New York has taken leaps and bounds in that direction thanks to elected officials who treat transit like the essential public service that it is. Massive transit investment in last year's budget thanks to Governor Hochul in the legislature, and fare policies like City Ticket, first imagined by PCAC, and the Fair Fares program constitute concrete steps towards making our transit affordable and equitable for all New Yorkers. However, there's still more work to do to further the goal of transit equity on the LIRR and Metro North Railroad. Historically, low-income communities of color have been excluded from the commuter railroad network with its higher fares, a phenomenon documented by national think tanks like Transit Center. As a result, many residents of subway deserts like Southeast Queens are priced out of the LIRR lines that run right through their communities. The MTA can right this by enacting a weekly city ticket with optional transfers to subways and buses, and encouraging the city to complement the governor's fare evasion forgiveness proposal by bringing fair fares to the commuter rails. Expanding the senior and disability/Medicare discount to the morning peak on the railroads would further open access. With commutation ticket sales recovering more slowly than non-commutation tickets, now is the time to ensure that our commuter railroads are working for all New Yorkers, including those who don't have 9-to-5 jobs. Put simply, MTA riders deserve a fair budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jason Anthony.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay, there was an issue, a technical issue. You was not letting me unmute. So good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And yet again, we're having many complaints about the Long Island Railroad, even in 2024. And that's because of all the problems that happened, in the past with the schedule changes and transfer connections at Jamaica, which has been an issue. One of the big issues that I have, and I work the overnights. So I've noticed overnight, a lot of the trains are going express in Queens, and the trains need to make more local stops to pick up people, especially since subway service is so bad. I can't even stress that enough. So, for instance, the 235 train out of Penn Station that goes to Hampstead should be making local stops. It goes express to Jamaica. It should be stopping at Woodside, Forest Hills and Kew Gardens. So like this, it can also drop our passengers. We need to fill up these overnight trains, but we're very happy with that schedule. At least we have something, which is better than nothing. But even on the weekends, I've noticed we need more local trains stopping in Queens. The average wait time should be less than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Shouldn't be any more than that. And we also need the city ticket weekly restored. We had an Atlantic ticket weekly that was taken away, and we need the city ticket weekly restored. And there's a lot of things that need to be done with the railroad this year. As far as the Hollis station is concerned, we're happy that the MTA is finally getting ready to build the station, but now they're saying if the MTA doesn't get congestion pricing, Hollis will not get done. Well, you know what? It needs to get done. That station is a matter of urgency.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good, very Monday morning. Jason Anthony here for the first time in 2024. A couple of things that I want to mention. One, why wasn't the opening of the elevator at Scarsdale not mentioned in the president's report? We want an explanation for that. Second, this is for Rob. Every time that I'm at either Penn Station or Woodside, and I hear a Port Washington train depart, or any train that stops in Woodside, doesn't mention the connection to the LaGuardia Link Q70 select bus service to LaGuardia Airport. But we see every train mentioning on Jamaica to connect to the air train. It is not fair that one airport is mentioned but not the other. But we need more service to Brooklyn, not only to Brooklyn, Hunters Point Avenue and Long Island City, two destinations that people like me often go to. And we need more service outside of the AM and PM peak rush, especially having in mind occasions like 4th of July. These destinations could serve as a benefit. And 1 year of Grand Central Madison, a lot has changed, but there's more capacity to improve regarding the streamless connections between Long Island Railroad and Metro North that should be unified into one agency and get this, offer weekend discounted tickets for at least $10 that everybody could take advantage of using the system the whole weekend. So with that in mind, I'll see you guys in transit.
Thank you for your remarks. Our last speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning to the chairs, Sam and Blanca. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Good morning. I'll speak generally today about railroad. It looks like our ridership continues to improve. The report says we're about maybe 72% on the railroads. This is good, but I look forward to the further clarification because I guess it's looking at a calendar year. And I did get to see the video of Grand Central Madison, and I really enjoyed it. And I hope to be back in Grand Central Madison. Nothing against Penn Station, but I prefer Grand Central Madison. And I really enjoyed my welcome in Grand Central Madison that I had on my last trip to New York. And I did get to see the video of the new elevators in Westchester. So let's keep working on that. And fares are very important. We hear a lot about fares. And I think I've raised it to you before, but I believe in the idea of something called fare integration. We're working on that in the Bay Area, and that can help get more people on the trains. But how do we build the best railroads we have? I was riding BART, and I often refer to BART as being the people's system. And I had my earphones on, and I was listening to Jerry Rafferty's Right Down the Line. And it hit me once again. I knew that I could never have enough Grand Central Terminal, that Grand Central Terminal is always with me. So thank you very much for the welcome, and I look forward to your reports today. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your remarks. Mr. Chair, that concludes our public comment section.
Okay, until we have a quorum, we are going to kick it off with the agency president's reports. Rob?
Good morning. As we all know, 2023 was a historic year for the Long Island Railroad. In a year of many achievements, we also witnessed a significant increase in ridership. Looking at preliminary ticket sales for 2023, we transported over 65 million customers last year, which equates to a 24.4% increase over 2022. Undoubtedly, the increased numbers were due in large part to the significant increase in service and the opening of Grand Central Madison. For the month of December, ridership slightly decreased as compared to November, which is normal during the holiday season. However, ridership increased by over 34.8% as compared to December of 2022. Non-commutation ridership continues to impress, as December marks the fourth month in a row where non-commutation ridership exceeded the same month in 2019. As you know, service increased by 41% last year. But what does that mean in real terms? Well, we operated over 302,000 trains in 2023. That's over 77,000 more trains than 2022. We increased reverse peak service by 56%, and that equates to about 151 trains a day alone. Now, the challenge is, how do we provide reliable service with this dramatic increase in service? Well, we did it. We were able to accomplish an on-time performance of 93.95% for the year, only 0.05% below our goal of 94%. It's literally a matter of about 154 trains. Under normal circumstances, this is reliable service and the envy of many transit operators in the industry. We know we still have work to do and will continue to do so. However, considering the magnitude of what was implemented last year, including the massive service increase, completely overhauling our schedule, changing the way we operate, and opening a major terminal, That is extremely reliable service. This is a testament to our employees' dedication and pride in what they do. So thank you to all our employees for your hard work. On January 23rd, I joined MTA Chairman and CEO Jan Oliva and Metro North President and former interim Long Island Railroad President Kathy Rinaldi to greet customers at Grand Central Madison in celebration of the one-year anniversary of its opening. As you recall, service to Grand Central Madison commenced on January 25th with shuttle service, followed by full service on February 27th. It was a great event with a real festive atmosphere, which featured musician Eganam Segbafia playing a great version of New York, New York on the trumpet. And evidently, the event also debuted a new suit of mine, which was a real nice that Shanifa noticed and appreciated my attire. Also at the event, Long Island Railroad manager Steve Terciano and his beautiful daughter made their media debut. Steve has been recognized as MTA Hero of the Week. Steve has been with the railroad for 16 years and started as a car appearance maintainer. He worked his way up through the organization and is currently Director of Stations Operations Manhattan, overseeing both Penn Station and Grand Central Madison. Thank you, Steve, and congratulations. Our ridership numbers show how customers are realizing the benefits of Grand Central Madison. As evidence, on January 18th, for the very first time, we reached a 60-40 split between Penn Station and Manhattan during the AM Commission hour. There is no way to overstate the importance of Grand Central Madison to our region in terms of mobility and economically. Next slide, please. And while you're in Grand Central Madison, please review the artwork at the south end of the main concourse, where MTA Arts and Design displays various exhibits. Currently on display is Stephen Wilkes' photographic series entitled Day and Light. This new exhibit displays iconic New York landmarks and captures their essence from dawn until dark. I'd like to now provide an update on our efforts to reduce fare evasion, following up on the Blue Ribbon Panel's report and recommendations. The commuter rails have been working collaboratively and established a joint task force, including representatives from the MTA PD, to review the recommendations and design plans for implementation. Justin will share some of Metro North's efforts to combat fare evasion during his report. Here at the Long Island Railroad, we have piloted various gating programs at Penn Station. The first being after an event up on the mezzanine level. This consists of physical barriers at entrance points to the platform levels with our train personnel at each location validating tickets before customers descend to platform level. And during the PM rush hour, actually down on platform level, this consists of train personnel strategically positioned on the platform, validating tickets before customers board their train. Both programs are supported by the MTA PD and have been very successful. The pilots will allow us to determine the most effective and sustainable methods that we can utilize moving forward. In addition, the group is working on reviewing ticket validity periods and activation policies. As the saying goes, take the train to the game. Not only do hockey fans prefer using the Long Island Railroad, evidently so do hockey teams. First on January 23rd, the Vegas Golden Knights, and then on January 27th, the Florida Panthers utilized the Long Island Railroad from Penn Station to the UBS Arena for their games against the Islanders. Unfortunately, the Islanders lost both games, but we'll get them next time. This is a great story and a testament to our marketing team's efforts to promote the Long Island Railroad. I'd like to conclude this month's report with a story of life-saving heroism. On December 27th, the 11:40 a.m. train from Port Washington to Grand Central Madison was operating west of Manhasset when engineer Andy Fox noticed a female walking on the same track towards the train. He immediately stopped the train and notified the operations center, requesting that third rail power be de-energized. Meanwhile, conductor Mark Flynn descended to track level as the woman continually went on top of the third rail protection board. Thankfully, third rail power was de-energized already. An assistant conductor, Casey Langone, kept customers informed as to what was going on. Conductor Flynn managed to convince the disoriented woman to climb aboard the train. After doing so, they proceeded west to Great Neck, where they were met by the MTA PD, who assisted with taking her to the hospital. Employees Flynn, and Langone recognized the immediacy and weight of the situation and knew exactly what to do. I commend them for their quick thinking, composure, and know-how. They are the true professionals of the Long Island Railroad that we're so proud to work with. And thank you. That concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Rob. Just want to make note that data suggests that 100% of teams that take the Long Island Railroad to their sporting event will be successful. So take note. We have any questions for Rob, besides on his new suit? Great. Kathy couldn't be here with us this morning, so I'm going to move on to our chief's reports. We'll start with Mr. Cost. We're going to go to Justin. Justin will give. Sorry, stand by, Tom.
Okay. All right. Good morning. As Kathy is unable to attend today's meeting, I will combine my monthly ops report and Kathy's president's report into one this month. I'm going to begin with heartbreaking news of the January 10th passing of beloved employee Lou Hones of our Maintenance of Equipment Department. In 2008, Lou crossed over to Metro North after 9 years as a mechanical engineer for New York City Transit. As a member of the Capital Rolling Stock Group, he overhauled the West of Hudson locomotive fleet of EMDF 40 and GP 40s and was instrumental in the development of specifications for the next generation locomotive procurement. In 2016, Lou moved over to equipment engineering, where he managed rebuilds, overhauls, and various engineering investigations. He continued to rise through the ranks, but in addition to his many responsibilities, what he looked forward to most was mentoring the next generation of rolling stock engineers. In 2021, Lou moved back to finish what he started in Capital Rolling Stock as the project director for the Siemens Charger dual mode locomotive procurement. Lou left us tragically at the far too young age of 49. His expertise and dedication was evident in all that he accomplished, and he will be sorely missed not only within the MTA and Metro North family, but by the transit industry as a whole. Our deepest condolences go out to his grieving family, and I ask that we all pause right now for a moment of silence in Lou's memory. Thank you. Continuing now with the ops report. Metro North's service delivery rate for December 2023 was 99.9% with a 99.7% for the year. System-wide on-time performance for December was 97.8%, above our goal of 94%. Total 2023 on-time performance came in at 97.4%, marking the fourth consecutive year Metro North has exceeded the 97% OTP mark. This is only the second time in our history of the railroad that we have accomplished this level of performance. The mean distance between failures for the fleet was over 263,000 miles in November, above goal of 175, and year-to-date MDBF remains above goal at 328,000. Metro North's total 2023 ridership east and west of the Hudson was 60.1 million, 23.4% higher than 2022's total, and roughly 69% of the total for 2019. December's ridership was 5.4 million, and seasonal ridership was very encouraging in comparison to pre-pandemic ridership, boosted by recovering tourism and very strong pre-holiday travel. The first 2 weeks of the month reached 77% of average ridership in December 2019, and weekday ridership during that span reached 75% of 2019 levels, a new high for us. Weekend ridership was also robust, with a new one-day record of 149,000 set on Saturday, December 15th. Christmas Eve ridership as counted at GCT was actually 22% higher than 2017, the last time Christmas Eve actually fell on a Sunday. And New Year's Eve ridership was also 22% higher the last time New Year's Eve fell on a Sunday, which was in 2017. On January 12th, Metro North began a replacement program focused on 3 critical double-slip switches and a diamond switch that allows trains to operate from any track in the Park Avenue Tunnel to any platform in GCT. These switches have been in service since 2000 and are in need of replacement. Crews will work through late March, and as this work is ongoing, trains will be limited to specific platforms depending on their track assignments within the tunnel. We have analyzed our operating plan and identified key trains to remove and reduce peak train traffic. This reduces significant tunnel congestion and delays while work is being performed. New train schedules have been developed and publicized, and they include cancellations and combinations with added cars to handle additional ridership. So be sure to consult mta.info or the Train Time app before heading out. There's been a bit of decline in ridership thus far in January, which is typically low for us anyways. Though the snow lovers among us might consider this month so far to be a bit of a letdown, there's been nothing settled about the January to date. With flooding, intense rainfalls, high winds pushing tides above Hudson Line rails, and snowfalls reaching 10 to 12 inches across the northern reaches of our territory on the 6th and 7th. Our ridership fluctuations reflect riders who are likely working from home while supervising their children who are home from closed schools and who perhaps are also dealing with downed trees and damaged property. The good news thus far is that none of this has created any major or widespread delays for the operation. Our maintenance away force has established weather coverage and handled several inclement weather days without issue this month. Next slide. As Rob mentioned earlier, both Metro-North and Long Island Railroad are teaming up to combat fare evasion in accordance with the recommendation of the MTA's Blue Ribbon panel on the matter. Given the solid and diverse expertise of its participants, we are confident that this joint task force will produce positive results in the fight against this very costly trend. As Metro-North prepares to conduct its third pre-boarding visual inspection pilot at GCT tomorrow, the 30th, we're happy to report that some of our already established methods have led to significant fare collection improvements in 2023. For example, our fare not collected rate outperformed our 4% goal, and our total revenue losses were down 35%, from $21.4 million to $13.9 million. These successes can be attributed to three primary drivers: increased management focus and oversight, use of onboard video for follow-up with train crews, and what I would call probably the most important is our collaboration amongst management, union leadership, train crews, and the MTA PD. As per the Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations, we will continue pre-boarding visual inspection pilots in GCT to encourage increased awareness of customer responsibilities and the importance of paying the fare. And we are working actively on other recommendations, all of which will be analyzed for their respective effectiveness. The MTA has been adding accessible stations to its roster, rather faster than ever these days. And the ribbon was cut earlier this month on the two latest success stories, both of which benefited the Harlem line. Both Scarsdale and Hartsdale stations have been made fully accessible, with Scarsdale receiving a second elevator serving the Grand Central bound platform, and Hartsdale getting two new lifts, one for each platform serving street, platform, and overpass levels. Both of these exciting projects came with a host of new customer amenities like new ADA-compliant sidewalks and walkways, as well as overpass enhancements including benches, leaning bars, new LED lighting, and heaters. And the improvements don't end there. Purdy Station, already accessible with two elevators, is scheduled to complete its accessibility improvements later this year. The MTA is also moving forward with ADA upgrades at 3 of our Bronx Metro-North stations as part of the current capital plan. New station platforms, new elevators, and other amenities are in store for both Woodlawn and Williamsbridge. Botanical Garden Station will be rehabilitated, and station elevators will be upgraded. True to Metro-North's core mission, these current and future projects help us deliver superb customer service while enhancing regional mobility. Our riders deserve nothing less. Rail operators around the globe, including our own, share a special bond and willingness to share what they know with their fellow carriers for the benefit of the railroading world. Last week, I, along with several other representatives from the operations maintenance teams of New York City Transit, Metro-North, and the Long Island Railroad, traveled to Munich, Germany, and Zurich, Switzerland to seek and identify ways to innovate, reduce operating costs, and improve efficiencies from our international peers. When gleaning best practices on things like data, procurement, AI, and maintenance optimization for shops and yards, you could do a lot worse than Munich S-Bahn and Zurich SBB, two strong international railroads in the areas of fleet maintenance standards, workflow management, process standardization, innovation, and data benchmarking. In both locations, we learned a number of things that will benefit Metro-North and potentially benefit all MTA agencies. Specific to Metro-North, we reviewed a throughput mathematical model for optimized shop and yard workflows and management. We learned methods for optimized materials management procedures, discussed cost-benefit analysis for the expansion of work facilities, and explored innovative concepts in wheel assessment technology and predictive data, including but not limited to artificial intelligence considerations, including next-generation robotics for undercarriage inspections. Ultimately, we expect that the programs of this nature will help ensure the optimization of our maintenance processes, leading to increased cost savings, cost avoidance, and critical improvements under the fiscal baseline reset operations efficiency umbrella. And finally, calling all innovators. The Transit Tech Lab, co-founded by the MTA and the Partnership Fund for New York City, is currently seeking submissions for its annual challenge competition. The lab is a program that allows transit agencies to source, evaluate, and pilot new innovations from early to growth stage companies to help solve public transportation challenges and needs across the MTA. Each year, the Transit Lab publicly announces challenges that address our regional transit agencies' most pressing issues, and in the process, further cement New York's place as the global leader in public transit. This year's competition seeks entries from companies around the world designed to improve the customer experience, build a more resilient and adaptive transit system, and maximize the city's curb space. Besides the MTA, Transit Tech Lab participants include the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey Transit, and New York City Department of Transportation. Applications are open until Wednesday, February 28th, and we can't wait to see the great ideas that flow in. For more information or to apply, visit transitinnovation.org. And that concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Good, Neil.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate the report. Good pinch hitting this month. I want to pick up on your comment about the weather and trying to understand, and I realize our January financials are not in yet, but I'm just trying to understand a little bit about overtime and our expenses to cover. And my comment is not about whether we're properly staffing things or what we're spending on it. I'm more concerned about with climate that's arising, how much extra are we having to budget and think through the implications for weather that we probably can't see or figure out ahead of time. So do you have a sense of whether our overtime was greater or worse than we expected, and what was that around?
For January specific?
Yeah.
I don't know that we have the exact number, but given the number of weather events so far this month with the coverage we provided, there's potential that it will be over.
And then maybe December, I mean, just winter-wise in total, winter season in total, do you have a sense of, are we tracking above, and maybe our financial experts here have a sense?
Let me ask Mike Loney, our VP of Engineering, to step in here.
Yeah, we're covering 2 to 3 events a week since late December. Certainly more than we did last year. Last year was a light year for weather in January, but this year we're tracking ahead.
So it'd be helpful, I guess, to gauge, and I'm not asking us to get too longitudinal on this, but it would be useful going back a few years to start thinking about how we're tracking on our weather-related work, whether that's number of weather events, whether it's total overtime, pick whatever metric you want to come up with how to gauge for this railroad how much more we're being impacted by climate change.
We could do that.
Okay, thanks.
Gary? Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to second Board Member Zuckerman's perspective on this, because I think it's really important from a budgetary standpoint, because there are real operating expenses that we're starting to incur. So I don't know if the request's been made for Long Island Railroad as well, but if we can do that for that as well, so we see amongst the commuter railroads how we've been doing the past couple of years. Thank you.
Go, Jerry.
Yes, Justin, when you were in Germany, was there any discussion about rolling stock? Because I understand that in Germany they do run some hydrogen-powered trains.
No, we didn't discuss that.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions for Justin? Thank you, Justin. Now it's your turn, Tom.
Good morning, everyone. Total on-time performance for the month of December was 94.6%, above goal of 94%. And as Rob mentioned, we finished 2023 at 93.95, just below goal of 94%. For the month of December, 7 branches operated above goal. And for 2023, 5 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 18 incidents for the month of December. The most significant event occurred on December 30th when there was a loss of the signal supervisory system at Penn Station Central Control caused by an Amtrak network communication issue. This event resulted in 58 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.2%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of November was 143,264 miles, below goal of 170,000 miles. And MDBF year-to-date as of November is 170,227 miles, above goal of 170,000 miles. One component, which was a driver and MDBF reduction, are worn parts on the dual-mode engines. Our mechanical team has introduced a specialized test to identify and correct the issue, which should be completed in the next 3 months. For service delivery, we completed 99.4% of our trips for the month of December, and we completed 99.6% of our trips for 2023. For upcoming work that will impact service, we have 3 weekends in February, actually 4 weekends in February. We'll be doing state of good repair on switches. During that work, for our Rockaway branch trains will be diverted to Grand Central for each of those weekends for approximately 48 hours. Please check the website and Train Time app for updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do you have any questions for Tom? Thank you, Tom. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes for December's meeting.
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Any objections? So moved. And now, work plans. Rob, are there any changes to the Long Island Railroad work plan?
Yes, work plans for 2024 were slightly modified to align both the railroads on their reporting. Some of the adjustments were removing the PTC and updates, which, as we all know, PTC is implemented and has become normal course of business. The East Side Access Readiness projects also, we removed that as East Side Access is now open and fully functional. Excuse me, in July, another operations update will be provided mid-year. We give one for year-end in February, so July will provide another update, and September will provide a security and safety update a little more enhanced than normal. So those are just the highlights of what was updated.
Do you have any questions? Justin, any changes to the Metro North work plan?
Nothing beside what Rob mentioned.
I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the work plan. You have a question? You have a question? Okay, let's get the work plan done. We'll move on to the other non-work plan stuff. Would you like to make a motion to accept the work plan? Yes. Motion, I have a second? Second. Second. All in favor? Opposed? Work plan approved. Now, did you have something else?
I'll ask it at another time. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'll be curious. We'll be in suspense. We'll be in suspense. Now I'd like to move on with the Long Island Railroad Safety Report. Lori?
Good morning and Happy New Year, everyone. We're reporting on our safety performance for the period ending through November. That can be found on page 16 of your book. On the reportable customer injury rate, we had a slight increase from 2.43 to 2.57 per 1 million customers. And on the employee lost time injury rate, another slight increase there from 4.27 to 4.4 per 200,000 hours worked. Of note, I'd like to thank the Long Island Crisis Center and Response Long Island for their longstanding partnering with us. We've been partnering them since 2009. Of note for 2024, in addition to featuring their crisis intervention connecting information, we are going to be transitioning and adding the 988 national hotline to our signage as well. So you'll see those signs go up over the course of 2024, again, to try to increase as much as possible how we can engage with individuals in our the communities that we serve to connect them with services as they need it and get the help that they need. Also want to thank the MTA Police, again, targeting outreach at locations and enforcement as we're seeing, at grade crossings, concerns put forward by our train crews as well as broken gates. And finally, on the employee side, we've launched a new contest initiative in December, the Why Be Safe, to encourage employees to share photos and videos about who and what they're being safe, what's motivating them to be safe at work as we continue to foster the value of safety and stressing the importance of safety amongst our employees. Happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Any questions for Lori? Thank you, Lori. And now the Metro North Safety Report. Shelley?
Good morning. So Metro North Safety Report is presented on page 30 of the Performance Metrics book. And to summarize where Metro North stands with customer and employee injury rates, this, again, compares the rates for the current 12-month reporting period ending November 23 to rates for the prior 12 months ending November 2022. So the reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.42 to 1.97 per 1 million customers, and the reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.16 to 1.97 per 200,000 working hours compared to the prior 12 months. So this month, for my part, I'd like to highlight some of the environmental work completed in 2023. The Office of System Safety's Environmental Compliance and Services team performed over 300 environmental field inspections and audits across Metro North's territory last year. One key project I want to mention was to partner with the Power Department in removing 91 obsolete oil-filled transformers throughout the territory. That included performing in-house sampling for PCB analysis and arranging for safe removal of all equipment from Metro North property to prevent potential environmental impacts, including recycling of non-PCB transformers. So I want to thank our partners in operations for their support on that. That concludes my report, unless there are any questions for me.
Thank you, Shelley. Any questions? Thank you again, Shelley. And now for our MTA Police Report from Chief Lindsay.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Assistant Chief Alex Lindsay. I'm here today for Chief Mueller. For December, there were 30 major felonies across both railroads. Of the major crime categories, we had 3 robberies, 11 assaults, and 13 grand larcenies. Of the 13 grand larcenies, 11 involved unattended property. We're continuing to reinforce with crews through seat drops and announcements for people not to leave their property unattended, be it iPhones, bags, what have you. Of the assaults, 6 were committed against police officers making arrests, and 1 was against a railroad conductor. That was closed by arrest. Of the 3 robberies, 1 was closed by arrest, and 1 incident involved a suspect that was stealing a conductor's keys after assaulting him. We continue to monitor and manage the daily protests in our terminals. We do that in collaboration with NYPD using their intelligence and also communicating with our railroad security partners so they know what's coming as much as it can ever be known. Because of course these protests can be planned, but we never know how many people are going to show up, leveraging social media to give us that intel. And since the railroad presidents brought up fare evasion, I can let you know that on the Long Island Railroad system, we issued 96 criminal summonses for fare evasion, and on Metro North, we issued 21 summonses for fare evasion. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I just want to add, I think it's disturbing that we still have to see, attacks, on our conductors and our staff, and I just take the opportunity to encourage prosecutors to make sure that this is we make sure it's send a strong message that this is not acceptable and there'll be consequences. Any other questions, Chief Lindsay? Thank you, Chief Lindsay. And moving on, we now have a special presentation from John Kaufman on our Fall 2023 Customer Count Summary.
Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is John Kaufman. I'm the Chief of the Strategic Initiatives Group. Pleased to present the findings today of our Fall 2023 Customers Count survey results for both the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad. Sitting next to me is Tatiana Lavina, who recently joined us as the Senior Director for Customer and Market Research. Just a few basics before we jump into it this month. We conducted the survey between November 6th and 20th. We offered this survey in English and Spanish, as well as offered by phone for those who might need additional assistance. The response to our survey was better than spring. We had actually 11% more respondents for the railroad and 12% more respondents for Metro North, so over 20,000 for each railroad. This is a very robust sample that allows us to do a lot of things about drilling down into route and station level. We thank Shanifa's teams, the marketing and advertising team, for helping us get the word out, as well as our government and community relations teams. The data we get is weighted by using the census to adjust for income and minority status, and for ridership using the average weekday customer counts, customer ridership counts. So let's jump right in and start with the Long Island Railroad. This series of bars shows you the increased satisfaction from spring to fall at the very bottom there, to get up to 70% of folks are satisfied or very satisfied with the Long Island Railroad, 2 points up since the spring. You'll also see that bottom bar has more greens, which are the deeply satisfied, and fewer reds, so fewer very dissatisfied folks as well. I'm going to take you through this in a little more detail to understand what is driving these overall results, which are going in a positive direction. This shows you the scores by branch. And again, we know that experiences can vary. These are listed alphabetically. Again, with green and blue showing satisfied customers and orange red showing dissatisfied. The number in the triangle indicates the percentage point change from our spring survey. You can see pretty quickly some of our largest branches are showing increases. Babylon's up 4 points, City Zone up 5 points, Huntington Port Jeff up 5 points, and Ronkonkoma up 6 points. Port Washington is the only line showing a statistical drop. At this point, it's worth noting that the Long Island Railroad team put in place further adjustments to the schedule for Port Washington just about smack in the middle of this survey time. Unfortunate timing for the survey, but Rob and his team are continuing to keep a close eye on Port Washington as well as Oyster Bay as we continue to get that schedule right for the customers who live out there. Here we're looking at overall satisfaction another way by the Western Terminal destination. Again, the same color coding to show you that green and blue are the very satisfied or very satisfied folks. The good news is that customers to our biggest terminal, Penn Station, went up significantly 5 points. We believe this is a result of the improvements we made to that station in the last 12 months, as well as improvements to the Penn schedule, again, responding to customer feedback. Babylon and Port Jeff customers in particular to Penn took notice and gave us much higher scores this round. However, some of the added capacity in the peak has to come from somewhere. In this case, it came from Grand Central service, leading to some drops in satisfaction there, although you'll now see they're about the same satisfaction whether you're going to Penn or Grand Central. Rob and his team continue to use input like this, along with Loadway, to fine-tune the schedule to meet demand and customer expectations. It's also worth noting some real satisfaction increases to Atlantic Terminal as the railroad restored some peak through service to both Hempstead and Babylon in the recent schedule changes, and we can see that come through in customers on those branches. One last cut of how you might think about satisfaction, and you can see it, I think, most plainly here, is by how often you transfer. Put simply, if you're always having to transfer, you're less satisfied than if you don't have to transfer. That's a very a common phenomenon. With the addition of Grand Central for East Midtown travelers, the resulting schedule adjustments mean that many folks do have to transfer to get where they want at the exact time they want to go. And this slide shows you that those always transferring are markedly less satisfied versus the rest of the groups who are all in the 70% satisfied rate. This always transfer group represents about a quarter of our survey respondents. With ongoing schedule adjustments, we aim to improve that transfer experience, and we have been seeing some inroads with that group. As you can see, it's up 5 points from the last time we took the survey. I want to show you a little bit more about this group, the always transfers. On the left-hand side, you can see those folks who always transfer their ultimate destination. And again, we're comparing spring and fall here. You can see that in spring, there was actually many more customers having to transfer to get to Penn. In this most recent round, we see that number's gone down as the Grand Central number on the bottom has gone up slightly. You can also see the Atlantic Terminal number has gone down, reflecting that through service that we've added. On the right-hand side, you can see the most important drivers for different groups of transferring. And these are in rank order of what matters most to them. Intuitively, on the left-hand side, you can see or the right-hand side, if you have to transfer, the quality of the transfer matters most. If you don't ever transfer, you want peak service frequency. What I would say is looking at the various colors on this chart is it's a bit of a checkerboard and that there's not a consistent pattern. This is kind of the challenge Rob and his team have, is that different customers have very different needs, and they're trying to balance all that with the operational constraints they have of the trains that go through Jamaica. If we pull back and just look at the overall attributes, you can see here we rank them in order of attribute importance. The ones at the top are what mean most to customers and giving us satisfaction, and as you go down, they're slightly less important, although everything on this slide is fairly important. The good news is that satisfaction with nearly all drivers went up from spring of 2023, and again, you can see that in the arrows. Quality of transfer up, peak service frequency up, service reliability up, on-time performance up. Again, these are all going in the right direction. Let's turn our attention to the stations that have seen the largest improvement in station satisfaction since the spring. You can see here, again, these are Babylon, Jamaica, Penn, all very large stations going up significantly in station satisfaction as a result of additional attention for cleaning and lighting and signage at these stations. We have the detail for all 125 stations. That's something that we work with Teresa and her team to make sure that they're getting the feedback on what customers are saying at every single location. While Grand Central Madison is not shown on this slide, its overall score is 97%. So again, not a lot of room to improve there from where it came in. One station I did want to pull out was the Penn Station scores and go a bit deeper on that, given how important it to us overall as the main hub of Long Island Railroad. You can see the overall station scores went up 12% in a 6-month period. This is now well after we've renovated and reopened and relaunched that station overall and added a lot of personnel to help with assistance and better signage throughout the station. Again, this is, I think, a great testament to the customers are recognizing the effort that the Long Island Railroad has put into the station, along with C&D, to make it more of a world-class hub. While we do like to celebrate the good, we want to be clear where we can also improve. Here we just show the 2 outlier stations where satisfaction is below 55%. These are the only 2. East New York and Hunters Point Avenue. These are stations we've been working on for some time to try to improve the conditions. We know there's some limitations to what we can do given the footprint of where those stations are. We also know these stations are perceived to have some safety and security issues. We share this information with our MTA police, and they are continuing to work on it and try to improve the conditions there along with the station managers. To round out the Long Island Railroad side of this, we ask customers directly what will increase their overall satisfaction, and they get to choose from the handful of responses. This slide shows you fairly concisely what they do choose. For the dissatisfied, which are the red and orange bars, shorter wait times on the weekdays and more reliable service come to the top overall. Those are things front and center, again, for Rob and his team to work on as we continue to kind of fine-tune the schedule to make all branches happier with the service that they're getting. Let's shift over to Metro North. This is a little more of a straightforward story this wave. Metro North is maintaining a very high overall level of satisfaction, down slightly, but at 86%, it's a pretty remarkable service for anyone to provide, where 86% of people are satisfied or very satisfied with the service. At the line level, you can see here we break each of the different 3 lines into a lower and upper. All 3 lines went down a few points, with Hudson and New Haven seeing the largest declines. The Hudson upper line was impacted by multiple incidents in October, November. You may recall the mudslides that occurred there in late October, which really affected service reliability for a period of time, although the bounce back was remarkable, but we do see that flow through and a 7-point drop in satisfaction for those customers. Seat availability is also coming down a little bit for Upper Hudson, and again, something that we work with Kathy Justin and the team on addressing. On the New Haven inner satisfaction, also decreasing a bit. That can be explained by some increased crowding and delays. Again, crowding is a relative term. We're still below what our service was pre-COVID, but customers have gotten used to a little more space, and as those trains fill up, it's a little bit tighter than it used to be. One thing you don't see on here is the west of Hudson passenger satisfaction. As you may recall, those surveys are administered by New Jersey Transit, which had a collection period in fall, and they've indicated they'll give us the results later this spring. When we look at the Metro North key drivers, again, these are ordered in order of importance in the relationship to customer satisfaction. You can see that they're all fairly high. Again, some going down slightly, but again, from a very high base overall. In this list, value for money is a catch-all attribute that typically represents how customers feel about the service they're provided, being reasonable for the fare that they're paying. This is highly correlated with overall satisfaction, as you can imagine. In this instance, service reliability, on-time performance, peak service frequency are all the top attributes. Again, very high, if coming down a little bit. Lastly, when we look at what dissatisfied Metro North customers say they will increase their satisfaction with the railroad, they say some similar things to what you saw for the Long Island Railroad. Shorter wait times on weekdays and more reliable service. Also, better fare incentives comes up a little bit higher for these customers. I think they're, again, don't have quite as many other things to say. Let me wrap up Metro North with the station ratings for Harlem 125th Street. I guess, again, this is a station that we have been working a lot on, again, at front and center for MTA Police, NYPD, as well as Justin's extended team. This shows you some progress in that overall. Again, overall station up 11 points, cleanliness up. You'll notice the restroom score has grown significantly. Those have been sort of renovated and reopened, and again, recognized by our customers. And safety here is holding steady at 60%. Those are the highlights we have time for today. Before I take any questions, I want to express my deep appreciation to Tatiana, who's silent here but very vocal and helping in the background, as well as the team with her. Samantha Hawkins is sitting in the back there. Lydia Sloan is also part of the team, who's done a great job pulling this together, very quickly and trying to bring the highlights not just to you, but more importantly to the operating teams, kind of in a detailed way that allows them to adjust their service and the way they tackle their job. I'll take any questions now.
Thanks, John and team. Do we have any questions? Neil?
I didn't catch at the beginning if you actually laid out the methodology of this survey. So I'd just be interested in just hearing this current state of the art of how we're doing these days.
Yeah, I don't know, Tatiana, if you want to take a go at how you'd summarize that in a couple minutes.
Sure. Thank you for your question. So this is an online survey. We are surveying people over a 2-week period, and we're working with an outside consultant to maintain impartiality. Consumers are sent emails. We maintain a large database of email addresses. We also work very closely with Shanifa and team to make sure that there are multiple marketing efforts to engage people from all boroughs, all counties that we provide service to. So for example, we have campaigns on digital screens. We also have placements in a lot of various newspapers in multiple languages. We also had survey links available on Train Time and all the MTA related apps to make sure that we get our customers wherever, whenever we may intersect with them. The data is then weighted, like John mentioned, by census adjustment on income and minority status, and to ensure fair representation. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it'd be useful. Thank you. It'd be useful next time just to see an opening chart that just shows, this is who we surveyed, and that's how it reflects or doesn't reflect the riding population, because it's a pretty important thing. Those with an email address, with a computer or phone, with the actual time to fill something out, is probably a subset of our general subway population, is my guess.
Yep, it's a very large sample. Like, for example, if we look at both railroads and New York City Transit, we got over 108,000 customers completing our surveys. So, and we feel really confident that it matches pretty well and is representative of our ridership.
I was going to say that's a really big number for a sample, so good for you guys.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm still waiting for a bigger sample, like New York City service provider of any sort, like listening to this many customers. So I do think it's quite large. The one additional point I'd make is people who ride any of the transits more are more likely to fill out the survey. People, if they're doing it 5 days a week, they have a lot to tell us, and they're slightly heavier part of our mix than the folks who are doing it once a week. But we do try to get to those once a weeks, and we look at the various cuts like that.
Midori?
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. So I've taken the survey multiple times, so no surprise there. But it's a little long, which I get. I think I appreciate that. But I am curious about to what extent that kind of cuts off some folks who don't necessarily have time. I know at some point we had deployed kind of like in-person survey people. I know that's costly. I know that is probably not very efficient, but I'm just curious from the methodology standpoint, if that's not necessary, kind of why that's not necessary. I'm not about to just, send people out for no reason, but I'm just curious from a representation standpoint, because you do have such a good number of respondents, but the survey is a little bit long.
Sure, thank you. No, that's a very fair point. It is definitely quite long. And there are a couple of things that we do. So on one hand, we want to make sure that we offer people an option to take the survey over the phone, not just online. So if anybody does not have access to the internet or is not comfortable using a mobile device or a computer, we do offer that option. We don't have that many respondents, but it's certainly an option that people have. In addition, we make sure that if people are not able to complete the entire survey because it is, potentially too long for them, we look at how many questions they answered, and if they answered most of the survey, if they rated most of the transit options that they took, we will count those people in as well. So the 108,000 is not just complete surveys, but also people who have completed most of the questions as well. So we want to make sure that we're not just cutting people off.
So thank you. I have a follow-up about Penn Station. So interesting that you said there was a 12% increase in customer satisfaction. I don't know if that's kind of the ROI we want to look at when we're investing the millions, billions of dollars that we're going to spend at Penn Station. But I am curious, and maybe this isn't a question for the survey professionals, maybe it's for more Long Island Railroad, as we look at what's happening with New Jersey Transit right now and the concerns around the fare increases and what service may look like from New Jersey to New York, and that has an impact, I believe, on kind of satisfaction around Penn Station as well, and our amazing station that MTA has been leading so many efforts on. I'm curious about how that ties into customer satisfaction, what you're all thinking MTA-wise as we look at New Jersey Transit, active discussions around fare increases, active discussions around what might happen with service. And again, I understand that it might not be for the survey folks, but this is just a question I have.
Yeah, I'd say we probably don't have much to say on that. Again, I think there's some interesting topics you raise in there about how to think about how that may benefit the MTA or what the additional pressure may put on us to perform a certain way.
But to add to what John said, so many of the subway responders are coming from Jersey, to my understanding of the survey, who are then going on to the 8th Avenue and 7th Avenue line because so much of that New Jersey Transit population. So they do have the opportunity to give feedback on Penn Station, and it probably is in that the survey results. So, but that obviously is important. Yep.
Yeah. I will say, again, in the transit survey, we'll go over a version of this, but the Penn Station, the ACE line went up in terms of people's perception of that overall, and so I think it's some of the stuff there is definitely working.
Great. Any other, Vinny?
Real quick, more an observation than anything else. I remember the surveys from the past, and I don't see the breakdowns. Like it seems like everything is generalized by. By branch and whatnot. But I remember more specific opinions taken about customer service, courtesy, cleanliness in specific areas, as where it seems it's more broad now, just combining it all together. I would be interested in knowing what generates these numbers in more specific categories so we can get to, our employees and to people in the system to see where we could be doing better. If that makes any sense to you.
It does, and again, we sort of got the highlights today, and for a 15-20 minute summary here. We do track those things and the various attributes like cleanliness or station bathrooms and announcements. Those are all something that again Rob and Teresa and Beth get to sort of work on. So we do rest assured we have that and bring it in. That does tie to Midori's point, like the survey is quite long. And so we're trying to balance out how we tackle that. We'll make sure we can action the things that are important and they don't get lost just because we're talking about on-time performance all the time. I would reiterate that as they keep coming back, like service reliability and peak service frequency are the things that matter most. In the end, if we don't get those are the things that will help more of our customers be satisfied, and so we tend to emphasize that here. But I think that there's a qualitative element that's missing here that I think we could probably bring back, as you're saying, to help with the motivation and people to understand how their efforts matter.
I'm just kind of being selfish because I always remember very high scores for customer courtesy and service on board the trains and train crews, and that was the highlight of my year. So I'm not getting it anymore.
Those are still pretty high. We'll bring that forward and talk to Rob about how to make it more prominent.
Well, please get Vinny these numbers because we don't want it's too early in the year for it to be ruined. So, any other questions? Thank you, John and Tatiana and the team for the presentation and for the discussion, everybody. I think we all probably have resigned to the fact that we can't make everybody happy, but we can try to make as many people happy as possible, and having as a thorough handle on this data is the way to get there. So appreciate all the work and the discussion. And now, moving on, Rob, do we have any information items for Long Island Railroad?
Just the winter track work programs beginning on page 58.
Great. Justin, do we have any Metro North information items?
No information items.
And you can find your agency finance reports in the book. There are no procurements this month for either railroad. Midori left. I don't know if she had any, and then we'll never know what she had, that other thing she had to mention. Now I'll take and before he left too, I wanted to wish our fellow board member a happy birthday. Mr. Mack celebrated. He's a little older than Grand Central Madison, but still youthful, and it's always good to celebrate a birthday. So with that, I'd like to accept a motion to adjourn. Second? Second by Lisa. So moved. Thank you.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an
Morning. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee meeting. Let's get started with the public safety announcements.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Let's move on to our public speakers, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is the public comment session for the New York City Transit Committee. We have 17 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we will ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. In the I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. Today, our first speaker will be John Padula, followed by David Kupferberg.
There we go. All right. Good morning, folks. My name is John Padula. I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services in New York City Public Schools, as well as a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Rich, I said that we will reason together. We need to reason together in 2024. And starting off on that note, talking about Accessoride, reflecting over the years, I've been a user since 2003, and things have gotten better. Improvements have been made since the dog days of Accessoride, the late 90s and the early 2000s. However, to improve operations for a system whose infrastructure is 20 plus years old, you're putting a square peg in a round hole. And you couldn't have found a better guy to do this than Chris P., but I think about this sometimes. He's like Fred Flintstone trying to direct traffic in Bedrock. He needs modern software, needs a modern scheduling engine. We need to procure a decent, up-to-date scheduling engine that makes sense for 2023, not 1993. Phase 2 works. Phase 3, $25 barely gets you around the corner. Never mind across town or to the next borough. We need at least a $50 subsidy. And it's got to be 60 trips a month. And the only way you can compensate for the inequity to those of us in the outer boroughs is by allowing us to apply a second voucher to a trip, especially if there's a toll involved. Why is the disabled community paying your tolls? Talk about a shakedown of an already marginalized, disenfranchised community. We should not be paying your tolls. That takes away from the distance we can travel on an e-hail trip. So I'm hoping for good news about Phase 3. I'm hoping for some innovative thoughts, and I will see you guys on Wednesday. My name is John Padula. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David Kupferberg, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Hi, my name is David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. Currently, the eastern branches of the Q46 via Union Turnpike are unbalanced. There is higher ridership to the Long Island Jewish Medical Center. The new draft plan proposed for the Q43 via Hillside Avenue to be extended to the Long Island Jewish Medical Center. This is a great idea and it had community support because bus service via Union Turnpike would then be in balance. The MTA pulled the idea in the proposed final plan because the MTA claims that there is currently not enough space at the hospital to accommodate additional bus routes. This is definitely not true. The MTA should partner with Long Island Jewish executives to create a solution. Once the solution is in place, we could have a new Q80 bus route which would run between Long Island Jewish Hospital and Far Rockaway without people traveling via Jamaica. We could restore the Q78 via Bell and Springfield Boulevard so that the Q27 could be rush service via Springfield Boulevard and extended to Merrick Boulevard on a trial basis. And have the Q103 extended not to Long Island City, but via the Queens Midtown Tunnel into Manhattan. Besides, the Queens Bus Network redesign posters are not in some buses, especially the Q110, Q111, Q112, Q113, and Q114. They have been in other communities, but not for these routes. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Ian Matthews.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Happy New Year, and happy renovations to 63 subway stations. Last week, I had the opportunity to mark the 63rd at the 66th Street stop on the 1 train, and it's a beaut. Congrats to Dave Solomon and team and everyone involved for doing such fine work. We like that the renovations are spread across the city and not just in high-profile spots like Lincoln Center. Keep them coming, please. Rich, you noted that the work is done when stations are closed for other work, signals, tracks, accessibility, funded with Subway Action Plan money. As a reminder, those dollars continue to come in from congestion pricing Phase 1 surcharges on taxis and for-hire vehicles. Millions and millions are already at work making the system a better place for riders, but so much more needs to be done. If you look at The Weekender, a must-read for every New Yorker, it's easy to see the immense amount of critical work going on around the city. No doubt it makes traveling around a huge pain. Trust me, I live off the 7 line. But it's work that will continue to make the subways more accessible, reliable, faster, and safer in the long run. The crucial work that must continue to keep our vast and old system in a state of good repair and bring it into the 21st century requires a refilling of the capital coffers. That requires congestion pricing. That's why we'll be testifying at upcoming public hearings. Billions for subways, buses, Staten Island Rail, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North will add up to billions for our region's economy. Last week, we testified in Albany at the joint legislative budget hearing, and we're glad to hear so many electeds talk about their ongoing commitment to the MTA and riders and how they, too, regularly get on board. We want to thank them again for getting on board during last year's budget process and essentially saving the MTA and all of us from the world of hurt that other transit agencies are facing. We look forward to working with them and you again this year. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Ian Matthews, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
All right. Hi there. I'm here to talk about the train frequency on weekdays during 3rd Street line shutdown, which is awful. I've noticed there's 15 to 20 minute headways on it, especially at the local stations. I know the G can't come back to Forest Hills, but the best suggestion would be is to reroute an ERF train to the local track at Queens, especially because you run them every single minute. So it would relieve congestion on the express track rerouting one train. Also, I've been noticing a lot more fare evasion at stations, especially like Bedford Park Boulevard, Central Park North 110th Street on the 2 and 3, and Gun Hill Road on the 2 and the rush hour 5. There needs to be more police patrols, as I've hardly seen any at those stations. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Tasha Larabors.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And I did go up to 191st Street on the one line last week to check out the new subway barriers. And I think it's a start in the right direction. And I think it's going to help make subway platforms a little bit safer. Is it going to solve all the track intrusions? No, but it works for now. And I think this program should be expanded to more stations like Roosevelt Avenue. And there's many other stations I can think of, like 14th Street, Union Square. So that's a start. Now let's talk about subway safety, because last night a man was stabbed in the hands at Times Square. So what I want to know about the crime statistics is the MTA counting transit employee assaults and police officer assaults in the crime statistics? Because these crime statistics are all over the place. And what people don't realize is that when a person is beaten up, robbed, or assaulted, that really impacts them. And a lot of times, police reports are downgraded. And so that means those crime stats do not count towards the overall, yearly reporting. So I'm very concerned about that. And we need to focus on that. So I look forward this year to working with you guys. I'm not happy about the Queens bus redesign because there are a lot of posters missing. And in some cases, there's no notifications on buses on the digital screens about the Queens bus redesign. So that's an issue. So I look forward to the MTA working better to add more notifications on buses. Thank you so much, guys. And I look forward to working with you this year. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Tasha Larabors, followed by Michael Ring.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabors. I work for Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. I'd like to once again talk about the paratransit. Two issues. One is in regards to the app itself and notification. It doesn't always notify you when your ride is there. And sometimes you don't even get a text message from the driver. Also, something that I've mentioned before, which is very important, when the app does work, on the occasion that the app does work and it tells you the name of the driver, the type of car, the color car, and whatnot. But the second you go outside, it is not the same car. It is not the same driver. You have no clue who it is. You're only fortunate if that same driver calls you to let you know that they are outside. That is a safety issue that I really think needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker today is Michael Ring, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ring. For anyone who needs a verbal description of my appearance, I'm a 60-year-old white guy. I need a shave and a haircut. I'm wearing a hoodie that says Disabled in Action, one of the many organizations I'm part of. I'd like to talk about accessibility on the subways and buses. A lot of people talk about elevators, but the thing that keeps me from riding the train is the fact that I need a seat. I don't look like a person who needs a seat. I have terrible balance. I actually have a lack of proprioception. It's a little more complicated than balance. And my hands don't work really well. So when it comes to holding on, I'm holding on with my elbow on that pole, which it kind of hurts. I've been to other cities, and the signs on the seats that are reserved for people with disabilities say things like, this seat must be made available for persons with disabilities. Or when you drive a car and you get to one of those spots with a handicap placard, it doesn't say, you can park here, but get up when someone needs go get your car and move it when someone else needs the spot. The seat and the spot, they really need to be made available. I'm part of the Accessible Transit Committee, and I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, and I was told that there'll be new words on the new trains and the new buses. The old trains and buses are going to be around for a long time, maybe decades. So I don't think it's $1 billion project or even $1 million project to come up with some new bumper stickers to put in the front seats of the buses and in the train. We can come up with some more affirmative words that say, don't sit here, and it might change the culture of New York so that there'll be a seat for, it's not only about me, but a lot of people need to sit, and the people who don't need to sit are already sitting in those chairs. So it's an easy fix. maybe we can get this done in this year or next year instead of when new trains come around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Morales, followed by Stephen Bauman.
All right. Good morning. My name is Joseph Morales. For those of you who don't know me, I go to Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy. I noticed in the board book it discussed the Queens Bus Network redesign, and I noticed when I looked at the feedback list for the redesign, I noticed that one of the top requests was to extend the Q44 to the Bronx High School of Science. I have a lot of friends there, so I know a lot about the transportation situation. A lot of people either take arduously long subway and bus commutes, or a lot of them their families pay almost $4,000 a year, if not more, for private school bus service. According to the statistics from the Alumni Foundation, 44% of Bronx Science students live below the federal poverty line, not the city poverty line, the federal line. So a lot of these families are simply paying for school bus service they can't afford. I understand why the Q44 is not getting extended. It already runs a very long route, and I actually thought of starting a petition amongst friends to get the extension, but chose against it for that reason. So I do feel like there needs to be something done to improve transit service for that connection. One of my ideas is a special school run of the Q44 that would run between Bronx Science and maybe Flushing Main Street or Jewel Avenue instead of going all the way to Jamaica. The MTA used to have express bus service between Bronx Science and different parts of Queens that was cut due to the recession. So I feel like there needs to be a study to do something as far as a public transit solution there, but we need to make something work, bottom line, and something that's good for the MTA and all riders as a whole. And also, so that Q44 extension could help supplement the BX9 and BX22 in the Bronx, which routinely get overcrowded, people going to other places. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Stephen Bauman, followed by Andy Pollock.
My name is Stephen Bauman. I represent myself. I'm requesting more data transparency for the Queens bus redesign. Repeating the same opaque data many times before many diverse groups does not make the data more transparent. Proposed trip duration is one of many important factors not easily available to the public. It's been suggested that people use the website provided, futuretrips.mta.info. Unfortunately, in order to find an entire day's schedule for this at every single bus stop would require on the order of 203 hours worth of time, assuming one could probe that website once every 30 seconds. To get the data for weekends would require another 250 days. There is a better way of doing that, and that is to provide to the public the data, the raw data, to which this website uses. And that can be digested by a personal computer. There is a standard format for that data. It's called GTFS, and it's been used by every single transit agency around the world, with the exception of London Transport. It's been used by the MTA since October 2013. If that data were available, we could answer a lot of questions, a lot of specific questions. In its absence, the only thing we have is the average data. If we look at the average data based upon the savings of 20 seconds per removed stops and the walking distance, we find out that the net savings for the average 2.23 mile trip is 13 seconds total. That's the average trip. Obviously, more specific data would provide a better. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Alita Dupree.
Thank you, Kate. Good morning, Hada, and good morning, Richard. Andy Pollock for the record. Passengers United, spelled P-O-2-Ls, A-C-K for the record. So I want to talk about what happened on the Queens Boulevard line last Tuesday, the 23rd. So I want to thank the two motormen on the train, the lady and the men on my E-train, trying to calm everybody down regarding the signal problem at Jackson Heights Roosevelt Avenue. The issue I have is with the social media team and the email team. There was a lot of mixed messages that morning before 12 noon that day. They were claiming that we were going to run express all the way to Court Square and we were going to skip the Jackson Heights station. But apparently that's not what happened. And as my train was stuck in between the Elmhurst Avenue and Jackson Heights station, I get an email right when my 5G signal comes back claiming that the Long Island Railroad was cross-honoring. And thankfully, I took the 7-2 stops, went to 61st Street Woodside, and continued on with my commute, even though I was an hour behind my schedule that day. So there needs to be better communication with the social media team. That's what I'm requesting on. The second thing I want to mention is the QM5. I was on the 215 trip later that afternoon, and I don't know what's going on with the Queensboro Bridge. There needs to be more direct communication with the MTA and the DOT, because my bus should have went in the Midtown Tunnel that day because we were stuck in so much traffic on 57th Street. My driver should have made the right turn on 2nd Avenue and taken the tunnel that day. And one more thing, the Q46 bus from Long Island Jewish is still leaving early, or we still have trips that go missing. What's going on with Queens Village Bus Depot? Is it because the drivers are still trying to make up the traffic light at Lakeville Road? So that's where I'm going to conclude my remarks for this month. Thank you for letting me speak today, and I will speak again in February.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Miriam Fisher.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Haidam Halsis and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds can talk about transit today. I'm looking forward to your ridership report. I think we're in the 70s as far as ridership, and that's good. It's better than a lot of other systems I see, but how do we bring more people onto the subway? Because the subway is very important, and I hope to use it again soon. And Omni is essential. Omni worked very well for me in New York, and I expect it continues to, and I enjoy sharing that with others. But there's certainly more things that we can use Omni for, such as hopefully some kind of fare integration as we bring it to the railroads. And I'm thinking that the fare policy should be updated because you still have to pay every time you get on the subway. I'm thinking we should just go to each tap of Omni gets you 2 hours, regardless of which mode you use. So something to think about for our next fare issue. And we should work toward a renewable energy powered subway. I think our subway should have a power content label. BART in the Bay Area of California has a power content label because treated as a utility. And I always refer to BART as being the people's system. And I used it this weekend here in Oakland. But I continue to believe in the importance of the subway as a system that is legendary and stately. It's steeped in tradition and mindful of history, that it's always with me. And I look forward to coming back. And especially today, I always like rich, credible, and meaningful reports. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Miriam Fisher, who will be followed by Jean Ryan.
Miriam Fisher, am I audible? Am I
Yes.
unmuted?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I support elevator and escalator maintenance to reduce outages. Most outages are with privately maintained elevators. Mr. Critchlow, the Senior Vice President of the MTA, testified a few months ago that only 88% are in service. That's 12% are out on a given day. For riders with disabilities, this is unsafe and often they're stranded for hours. For the MTA signed a legal agreement. Announcements of outages, auditory and visual on the train, on the platform, and This is, but I don't know if I got it quite clear. From not New York City of elevator when the next subway is, but from Washington D.C. It is elevator outages. They can do it. The technology is there. I want to put also light rail on the radar. Cheaper, faster to build, easier for accessibility. Put transit deserts in the outer boroughs and possibly the new Second Avenue subway, which is going to be digging multi-billion-dollar tunnels for Second Avenue. In Europe, the old world is ahead of the new world, New York City. Our neighbor in New Jersey links the towns along the Hudson by light rail. Benches. And to go along with what my colleague Michael Ring said about seats, we also need benches. This is a leaning bench. I can't sit on it. Benches have been taken out in subways where especially where the
Please conclude your remarks.
Benches are needed by pregnant women.
Please conclude your remarks.
Abilities.
Thank you
for listening.
Our next speaker is going to be Jean Ryan, followed by Monique Johnson.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. I urge you to fix the elevators and settle the 7-year-old elevator maintenance case. Now, today, 30 elevators are out of service according to the website. That is terrible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Monique Johnson, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Monique Johnson. I'm here to talk about the elevators at Borough Hall, which is the one-way coming for the 4 and 5 train. There's nothing really to tell you there's not an elevator that you can't take there for visual or non-visual, whatever disability a person may have. They need to make it more clearer. For the elevator at Hoyt Street, it only go down, but it doesn't go down to the train station. There's nothing really there to let a person, visual or non-visual, to know that they cannot no further take an elevator down to the train. These things are very important and we need to put them in place. Like how y'all have the people out there on J Street, Bond Street, and Hoyt Street. Y'all have them officers taking them off the bus, but what are y'all doing to help the people to get on the elevators? Which is a nice thing that they're taking them off the bus because they rush us disabled people trying to sneak on the bus. So that is a good thing that y'all do have that in place. But we need more help with the elevators and the sidewalks for us to get it, and the gaps in the train when we have disability wheelchairs, the walker that I have, or anything. It's hard to get on the train. I had to lift it up, and people pushing me trying to get on the train. It's difficult for me because I have to lift this up and also drag my leg to get on the train when I don't have accessoride. And accessoride, they called me twice today. I couldn't even get a card to get here. I had to call accessoride back. They sent me 2 text messages that a car was coming. None came. We need to do better with that too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jason Anthony, and our final speaker will be David Feliciano.
Good morning, Rich, Haida, Frank, and hopefully I will able to see Demetrius. Happy New Year to all on this 2024. A couple of things I want to mention. One, I was able to attend the press conference on the opening of the elevator at Beach 67th Street on the Fall Walkway line on the Apple train in Queens. But there's more to be done. I discovered that Euclid Avenue on the Apple and Cookie lines in Brooklyn are broken down. But there's accessible shuttle buses. I happened to be in that area this past week. The bus didn't have no signage. It was a regular accessible ride or the accessible shuttle bus that will transport commuters from Euclid Avenue to Utica Avenue. And the hours from 7 to 7, it should be extended. Because what if a person needed assistance either before 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m.? That person will have to take 2 buses to get to their final destination. Regarding police presence, I've been seeing more, but we need them aboard trains also. And also, let's try to do this. While boarding, please move to the center of the car to avoid confusion, delays, and accidents to our fellow commuters that use the subway every single day. So with that, I wrap it up. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you. Our final speaker is David Feliciano.
Good morning. Thank you so much. And happy Renew Year. Thank you for all you guys come here and subway bus teams. Like I would say, it's been a typical year, riding bus and trains. Now, let me go in since we had like 2 derailments like almost like 3 weeks ago, like we heard that, a conductor just lost that communication, and one has slid the twin on the rail up in Coney Island area. Now, trains like that, doesn't get crowded. But, the millennium decades is like that. But sometimes it could be failures or it can be having incident reports. But sometimes, like, especially crime, especially, the public safety. Speaking of that, I'm seeing this whole thing around, I'm seeing this, between, homelessness and advertisement stumps, graffiti, and it's disgusting. We need to reband, Albany. And I'm calling the White House and D.C., and all these, and also the city, have nothing to do with these Democrats. Anyway, let me get this straight. Like I've seen these, prohibited activities are legal in public transportation, but this is not the way the agencies that you pro. But let me tell you, we need to get we need to legislate. Vendors has got to go, and prohibited activities, stomp, having graffiti has to go. So thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, and thank you to all our public speakers. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the December 2023 meeting. So move. Second. All those in favor? Against? Motion approved. Okay. Rich will now make a motion. Oh, are there any changes to the work plan? I'm sorry.
No changes, but we did include a proposed 2024 work plan in this month's materials for the board's approval.
Okay. I need another motion to approve the 2024 work plan, please. Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Against? Thank you. Rich, we'll move on with the president's report. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good year, good morning, and Happy New Year to folks. Thanks for joining us today. And just for folks who commented, we took copious notes in a few of the suggestions that folks made, so we'll take a look at those. So again, thanks to our the members of the public that commented on. So a few things I want to talk about today, and first is responding to challenges in January. It's no secret that New York City Transit has had a challenging January. First, let's talk about snow. Now, when I took this job, people told me it didn't snow in New York, and it hadn't for 701 days. But it did this January twice. And not only did it snow, but we also had extreme cold temperatures, which, as someone in this business for a long time, that actually worries me more than snow, because that ice can be slippery for our buses, can be certainly get into switches and whatnot. But the team did an extraordinary job to keep the service moving. We have 2,600 switches in the system, and I think we only had 7 failures, as an example. So, again, kudos to the subways team and bus team, paratransit, of course, as well, for responding to that. Obviously, we've had 2 incidents as well. One was the collision that led to the derailment at 96th Street. That continues and remains to be under investigation with the NTSB. We're supporting their efforts, and suffice to say, looking at ways that we can not only improve our processes and our policies. I think there's a focus in part on some particular employee conduct, fine, but we're going to look to see, are there institutional ways that we can improve how we do those moves at New York City Transit. The other one I want to mention is the F train. It was mentioned just by our last speaker. So just quickly, folks know we had a low-speed derailment on the F train out between Neptune and West 8th Street. We were able to get that service back within about 8 hours. Thankfully, we had no injuries for both our customers and our employees. They were evacuated safely, and we were able to get a crane to re-rail that incident train. What we believe is actually this was a confluence of 2 different events. One was loose or missing bolts on the radial arm of the truck on the 4th car on the F train, and then coupled with that, a track nonconformity in this vicinity as well. And as I said, independent of one another, we strongly believe that would not have caused a derailment, but because both conditions existed, in fact, that's what caused this. As evidenced in part that 4 cars on that F train actually went over that rail anomaly without issue. So what have we done, to date? Just want to give folks an update. So we had already identified in our enterprise asset management system that 103 of these track conditions existed in the system. We went out immediately and re-inspected them all to ensure that they hadn't gotten worse, that they were, quote, S2, which means we were to monitor, but they were not such of an urgency we had to fix them right away. Out of an abundance of caution, we've actually fixed 99 of those 103 as of this morning. So we have 4 left to repair. And we know where those are, and those will be repaired in February. On the flip side, this radial arm issue, whether the bolts were missing or they were loose, unclear. We inspected over 1,800 cars, and as a result, literally 59,968 bolts were inspected by the car equipment team. I see Suko over there. Her and her team did an amazing job there. We found literally 3 loose bolts on different cars and 1 without a washer. So, I am incredibly confident that we have a deep handle on what occurred here. No fleet-wide or track-wide issues were identified. That said, we were already proceeding to bring in an independent review before this occurred on some of our track inspection procedures. I'm convinced that, our track team is terrific, but the human eye can only tell you so much, and we have a track geometry car that goes out on a, every 2 to 3 times a year basis. But are there other technologies or best-in-class things we can be adopting from other systems? So we're going to ask that question and see, are there things we can do better in the future? But as I said, I have no concerns about any fleet-wide issues, and we look forward to that review to see other things that other agencies are doing. Maybe I'll stop there. It looks like Mr. Jones has a question.
I'd like some more information on the breakdown of communication that led to the 24 injuries, and whether this was a technical problem or obviously compounding malicious intent by somebody who did, some group of people. but there seems to be a communication issue that occurred.
So because it's the NTSB investigation, I get really into the details. I would just say this, Member Jones, that I think, some have leapt to the conclusion that the radios weren't working. There's no evidence of that. I would say, for example, that the radios have different channels. So perhaps there may have been, one employee may have been on one channel, one have been another. But we have also processes and procedures in place. If you do lose communication for any period of time, you're supposed to stop the train. But again, we'll look at the radio, we're going to look at that communication issue, and then ultimately decide, are other things that we could be doing? Could the Rail Control Center have been more involved? Is there another way to make this move? We do make these, I call them non-head-end moves, so moves from the center of the car about 10 times-ish a week without any issue. But we're going to look at all of it. But at this point, though, there's no evidence to show that the radios weren't working at that time. But again, it's still early days, and we'll support the NTSBs. Sure. So moving on then to our top goals for 2024. So we have undertaken a pretty robust process within New York City Transit and with our headquarters shared services partners as well to really focus on what we want to accomplish as a team in 2024. And so if you've heard me say it once, if you take out your Rich Davey bingo card, customer satisfaction is our North Star, and 70% is our goal across the three modes this year. John Kaufman will talk a little later about sort of where we are tracking in that regard. But suffice to say, we're laser focused on delivering on that. 2 is our commitment to the board, to the governor, to the legislature, with the significant investment that they made in New York City Transit and MTA, that we have an obligation to deliver on operating savings without cutting service, without cutting employees, but looking to find ways we can be more efficient. Our commitment is to deliver $300 million. We hope to do better than that. This committee and the board has heard me talk about that in the past, but we're very much focused on delivering those dollars. 3, we heard it, we continue to hear from our customers as well that, fare evasion is a significant challenge for MTA, but in particular, it's an acute challenge for New York City Transit. Obviously, folks participated in and received the Blue Ribbon Commission report on that. We put together an action plan, which I'll talk about in a minute, to address those. Improving our employee satisfaction, something that is so critical for this organization with 47,000 men and women that work here and deliver the service every day, ensuring that our employees are increasingly satisfied with how they work here. And then employee availability. In of itself, supporting both customer satisfaction and the dollars we want to save. But if we can get to 201 on average available days for our employees to be here at work, it improves our costs, it improves customer satisfaction. And by the way, with our TWU agreement, if we achieve 201 days, beyond that, we have a share in those savings with our employees, so those that have good attendance, for example. We're still working out those details with the TWU, but we're going to put our money where our mouth is on this one. I'm going to let the modal chiefs talk a little bit about their slide. Jim Compton is sitting in for Demetrius. So, Jim, do you want to talk a little bit about subways?
Sure. Thank you, Rich. Department of Subways is focused on providing better and first-in-class customer service. We will build upon previous year's accomplishments so we can attain that 70% customer satisfaction. In 2023, we found ourselves reaching historic on-time performance numbers as we are challenging ourselves this year to increase our on-time performance to 84.6%. To do this, we must reduce internal delays by 10% by looking at predictive maintenance, improve employee availability to reduce delays by 35% in this area, and reduce operating environment delays by 5%. We plan to increase service frequency and reduce wait times when we implement Phase 4 of our service enhancements this spring, which will deliver 2-minute headway reductions. Our stations team is committed to raising station cleanliness satisfaction by 10% by completing 50 more renovations in 2024. Since the start of the renovation initiative in late 2022, we've renovated 63 stations, 53 of those in 2023 alone. Also, we plan to strategically deploy our HIT and mobile wash teams for a greater impact in cleaning. To enhance our fleet, we will place in service 350 R211As and 75 R211S cars. We currently have 6 R211 train sets in service, and we'll ramp up the process to bring 425 train cars in service by year end. It's not just good enough to have all these amazing initiatives. In 2024, we will also provide a safer environment for our customers and our employees by delivering safety improvements at stations and on cars. We continue to make safety our #1 priority, as it always has been. We will install additional cameras in our stations and on our fleet, and we are piloting platform rail barriers. Currently, we have Clark Street and 191st Street, which Clark Street completed this past weekend, 191st Street the weekend before. As we see ridership increase across our system, we are really impressed with how much New Yorkers are utilizing the subway system on weekends. We encourage more weekend ridership, and we are doing work to minimize the effects of any construction on service. One key way of doing this is by having 15-mile-per-hour speed limits on adjacent tracks when work is taking place. Providing up-to-date information to our customers is critical to improve satisfaction. This means letting customers know what is going on in our system, what potential delays exist, and when will the next train come. So, we are committed to improving the accuracy of our countdown clocks, so when we tell you that your train is 2 minutes away, you can be confident that it is. In addition, we'll be launching a new MTA app. Subways has an ambitious year ahead, but our goals are achievable because of the hard-working women and men who are part of the transit family. I will turn it over now to Frank Anacaro, Senior VP Buses.
Okay, good morning. So, not to be outdone by our subway folks, for sure. 2023 was certainly a very challenging but accomplished year for buses, and we continue to roll this right into 2024 with another ambitious year, but I know our team is up to it, and we're definitely going to be relying on our stakeholders and this board to support us. So we're thrilled, thanks to the legislation passed this year, to begin in May implementing the next version of enforcement, automated camera enforcement. This allows us to enforce bus stops, double parked cars, in and out beyond the bus lanes. This will be a big win for the bus system, as we expect significant improvements to bus speeds, accessibility, and collisions. We will continue on our route improvement initiatives we began in 2020 by replacing 10 of the routes that have graduated, and we'll be implementing 14 new routes, and we will continue to evaluate each of these routes stop by stop, block by block, to make lasting improvements on each route. Now, in regards to bus priority and our partnerships with the city, we will continue to work closely with DOT to accelerate the implementation of improved or new bus lanes, and this includes public outreach, where our GCR folks and the OP and bus team are engaged to make sure that the community leaders understand how important these bus lanes are, and they are truly an issue of equity. Along with enforcement, we will expand on NYPD's citywide bus lane enforcement task force that was just announced to this committee back in November. And I want to give a shout out to the Traffic Enforcement District at NYPD. Since this was launched at the end of November, over 7,000 summonses have been issued across the 18 bus corridors. We are laser focused on bus operator safety. We are dedicated to improving safety for our operators. We plan on retrofitting 750 express buses with home-designed bus operator compartment doors and installed by our internal workforces. We will install 118 public-facing security monitors, and we will validate the cockpit designs for our local fleets on both bus models. And this includes the adaptation of e-mirrors. I want to thank but also encourage our partners at New York State DMV who are working on the regulation changes required here. And then finally, Part of our journey is to a full zero-emissions fleet by 2040, and we would take delivery of 60 all-electric 40-foot New Flyer buses at 4 of our depots this year. So it's certainly an ambitious but very exciting year, and we look forward to working with this committee, and we'll continue to provide updates on our progress. And now I'll pass it on to our partner, Chris.
Or Fred Flintstone. Fred?
Yes. Fred Flintstone, yes. Thanks, everyone. So at Paratransit and Accessoride, we had a great amount of progress in 2023. Some highlights included achieving our on-time performance goal of 30 minutes at 94%. So we've moved down to 20 minutes now. We'll be measuring ourselves a 20-minute on-time performance goal for the year. In addition, we got to see a reduction in our provider no-shows by 50% year over year. So we're well under our goal of 3 per 1,000. Although, as our public commenters, Ms. Johnson did say, we're not yet perfect, and we do have a lot of work to do there. So we'll continue to push on our no-shows and on-time performance. In addition, we had a good progress with releasing the My AAR app online booking, which allowed us to grow our online bookings from 5 to 12% last year, and we're going to be shooting for 25% though this year. So to improve our online booking experience for our customers and make some fixes, which including some of the ones that our public commenters mentioned today. Going into this year, we'll also be looking at improving not just our online booking, but our booking by phone as well. We had a great step forward in the summer, making a couple tweaks to the online booking system, the phone booking system, and we're now regularly exceeding that 95% answered within 60 seconds. In fact, over this weekend, it was under 16 seconds every day, which is fantastic. So we're getting a lot of much more access by the phone system. In addition, of course, too, we are looking to expand our flexibility and our spontaneity for paratransit, which is, of course, through the eHail pilot program. Phase 2 was launched last year, and we're looking to continue to evaluate the program and see what we can do to get to a Phase 3, which will be ideally a program that will be even more useful for our customers and financially sustainable for the authority. One of our speakers also, it's almost as if the speakers saw our goals in advance. This is fantastic. Good timing here. Mr. Padula mentioned our scheduling engine, and yes, that is a big goal for us here in 2024. This is going to be the backbone of all of our paratransit improvements for the year, improving our on-time performance, as well as our other measure of on-time performance, our appointment times, which have been lacking over the last couple of years. But we do want to make some major progress on that, and this scheduling engine will get us there. In addition, we'll be looking at adding our new assessment center in Manhattan by the end of the year, as well as looking at incentives for our brokers to continue their march to higher on-time performance and lower no-shows. And lastly, of course, we'll be looking at our taxi authorization program, which is a popular program for many of our customers who take pre-authorized taxis. They pay out of pocket. We reimburse them within a couple of weeks. Right now, it is limited to intra-borough travel within the boroughs, into regional centers, but we're looking at ways that we can make that an additional spontaneous and flexible mode, just like eHail for our customers. So very excited to continue to make these initiatives happen for the year to increase our customer satisfaction further for our paratransit customers. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Just a couple more slides. And so talking about our annual savings, something we've discussed, as I said, at this table in the last few months. Achieving employee availability is key to 201 days. We made great progress last year. I think subways was about 198, 199. Buses was a couple of days shorter than that, but we continue to see an upswing, which is great news for not only our savings, but more importantly for our customers who we're getting trips out the door. Launching a bus maintenance productivity and gain share with the ATU in Staten Island, something that Frank and his team have talked to the ATU about, opportunities to improve our efficiencies out there. And then, as I've said, we are in a position, we want to reward our employees for productivity. And so working with the ATU to come up with a scenario that makes sense is underway. We've been expanding our data-driven and predictive maintenance, not only on bus, but Probably in the coming months, we'll have an opportunity to talk about what the subways team has been doing by maintenance for location, for example, but really trying to predict how we can do better. Also, the point I made earlier about having a firm come in and to ask us or to take a look at some of predictive maintenance opportunities in our track and signal. Supporting reforms to workers' comp and torts. This is something we've talked a lot with Paige and her team about, which we've been looking at ways to improve not only the process, but also the safety for our customers and our passengers. And so looking to make improvements there. And then a long-term developing a strategy to improve materials management. So this is not only about inventory practices, but also, well, I think there was a rooster there, but also to improve our to improve not only our uptime for materials, to make sure we get the right materials in stock, et cetera. So working with Lou and not only the procurement team, but also Lizette's team overall. Increasing employee satisfaction by 10%. So this is critically important. This is something we often hear from, we did an employee survey last year. We briefed this committee on that. Almost 8 out of 10 employees said that they felt pride working here, but less than 4 out of 10 felt that they were being recognized, rewarded, appreciated, and valued. That is a problem. And so we have really focused this year on making sure that our people feel valued. And so, our goal this year is to renovate 100 subway facilities, employee facilities, and over 150 enhancements across bus facilities. I can tell you that across this place, there are nooks and crannies all over. Employee bathrooms, break rooms, so not just the major facilities at our major locations, but for example, just about every subway station has an employee facility for them to be able to have their lunch, relax, fill out paperwork if they need to. We need to improve those. Our goal is to improve employee safety, reducing injuries on duty by 10%. We are following up on an employee survey this quarter. In fact, it launched today, this morning, to assess how we've done over the previous year and to benchmark how we can do better this year. We're expanding opportunities for employee recognition and commendation. There are 10 folks we're going to recognize in a moment sitting behind Lou and the chief. We're rolling out customer service training. We continue to give our frontline employees, our station agents, customer service training. For some of them, they had training like literally 20 years ago, and we sort of said, good luck. We're trying to bring them back in to help them, have the tools, have the training to provide our customers with optimal customer service. And then working with our HR partners. I often hear from our employees, I want to be promoted. Like, what's the pathway to promotion here at New York City Transit? It's a bit of a mystery. We have ways to go there. And then lastly, for fare evasion, decreasing revenue loss will allow us to not only maintain those, the 5 red zeros that Kevin Willens often talks about, but we could also potentially invest back in the service, providing more subway service or bus service, for example. So there's a lot of activities happening, some of which are within New York City Transit's purview. Others, for example, Shanifa and her team are working on with us. Still others, Q and Jamie Torres Springer and the C&D team. But here is a flavor for what we're working on. So hardening the fare raise, we're preventing the backhawking. You've often seen that sort of, it's like an old dance move that people utilize. We're at about 900 turnstiles now, which you cannot backhawk. We're going to continue to make progress there. We have now a waiver to a pilot emergency gate delayed egresses at 4 stations. So I have seen it firsthand when we piloted this, when customers are attempting to leave and want to use the emergency gate, 4 or 5 seconds, 6 seconds. New Yorkers like their time. And so it encourages folks to use the turnstile, and as a result, those gates stay closed more frequently. Advancing the fare gate of the future, we'll put out an RFI. We're waiting responses now for what those look like. I know social media has made fun of what we've done out Sutphin Archer. 2 things. One is, if we're not failing every once in a while, my view, we're not trying hard enough to be candid. 2, by the way, fare payment is up by 20% at that station. But suffice to say, there's lots of technology out there that we want to look at. Expanding fare evasion enforcement in a few areas. The chief and his team continue to support us there. Launching a new marketing campaign. Shanifa and her team have really helped. We've got some great creative within MTA. Fully leveraging our customer service centers. Member Jones and I have had this conversation about those 14 and soon to be 15 customer service centers we have out there. Can we give folks reduced fare cards and maybe even enroll them in the Fair Fares program to ensure that folks understand, depending on their station in life, there is an ability to get a reduced fare appropriately so. There are a lot of folks who qualify for it and don't know it. Off-board fare collection, potentially in the future. We're looking at some handheld Omni readers in certain locations where it makes sense. Partnering with getting students. Students have prepaid cards, although frequently they're not swiping for whatever reason or reasons. And I think, that might suggest that they're not paying and frustrate other customers. So we're looking at a few things, including potential gamification. If we can get students to swipe, is there incentive there for them? And then improving our Omni readers on buses as well. We know that there's some work to be done there to ensure that when our customers want to pay, they have the ability to pay. We're going to transition to John Kaufman in a moment, who's going to give a presentation on customer satisfaction, the deep dive. I just want to say that before we get to John, giving to the spring of 2022 baseline, so about 2 years ago now, to today, where we did the most recent December pulse, we're making progress. John's going to get a little into the details about sort of particularly where we're making progress and where our customers are saying, hey, and if you make more progress in these areas, we'll be more satisfied or we'll use your system more. So, this is just, a one slide of the blood, sweat, and tears reflective of the 47,000 folks at New York City Transit who are, doing some great work. And John, finally, before we do that, I do want to end on a high note, which is that Frank Inacaro is now I can't believe it, he's a grandfather. Can you imagine? I mean, he looks like he's 30. I don't know if Bus Granddaddy is going to stick or not, but I'm hearing that as a rumor for your nickname. But congratulations, Frank, to you and your family.
I'm looking forward to singing the wheels on the bus to her, trust me.
Well played, well played. With that, Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
That's great, and congratulations, Frank. Many, many blessings. We're now going to move on to Q.
To John.
Oh, to John. I'm sorry, John Kaufman for MTA Strategic Initiatives and the 2023 biannual customer service results. Yes, Lisa. That's okay.
You had discussed about to avoid taking the turnstile. What about those gates that you're putting up at the train stations to avoid people falling into the tracks? Is that going to be addressed today?
So, no, we didn't have a separate, happy to discuss it, but we did not have a separate a conversation. But happy to give you just a quick briefing on that, if you wish. So, obviously, the safety of our customers at the platforms has been a conversation around this table now for a couple of years, if not longer. And, one tactic was to look at the subway platform doors that other systems have, although those are typically built when the system is built. Retrofitting is difficult. There's an RFP out for those. They tend to be pretty expensive, and it will take some time to build those. And so we said, well, what else can we do in the interim that might be low tech, low cost? And so kudos to the Subways team for coming up with this. So what we've done is basically put up yellow fencing at 191st Street. Clark, as Jim mentioned, this past weekend, we have 2 other stations to come in areas where we have a singular car class because we obviously have to be cognizant of the doors. And in many stations, I'm sure Andrew can probably rattle them off because he knows them. We have multiple car classes and that won't work. So it's a pilot program so far, other than, I would say, some snarky comments on social media, whatever. It is working. We're hearing from customers that they feel safer. So we're going to pilot it and see if it works. But, versus the tens of millions of dollars or beyond what the platform doors will cost, this is like a $25,000 per platform internal solution.
Thank you. And I know that you're looking for one more pilot station. Of course, you're always going to hear me say I'd love to see it in the Bronx.
I thought you were going to say Staten Island, but yes, we're no doubt. Thank you.
John?
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Kaufman. I'm the Chief of Strategic Initiatives. One of my teams is the Customer and Market Research team, led here by Tatiana Levina, who's on my right. Today, we want to share with you the results of customers count from the fall survey. Just to remind you, this survey was in field in the middle of November, from November 6th to November 20th. We got more than 80,000 customers to participate at one of the 3 New York City Transit modes, so a very high sample. The size of the sample really allows us to go deep with Rich and his team to understand how customers are feeling about various attributes, whether it's their line, their bus route, their station. We have a good sample size for the overwhelming majority of what they're managing to. Today we're going to share just a selection of the most recent, the most interesting highlights, and we'll start with subways. This chart shows you the most important tracking questions for subways. We ask respondents to rate their specific lines and stations, and we ask them how they feel about safety. You can see here these 4 dimensions are tracking in the right direction. The percentages indicate what percentage are satisfied or very satisfied with that particular attribute. The blue line shows you stations, green line shows you for lines, and then again for safety, they're both now above 50%, which is a major improvement from spring in 2022 when both scores were in the 30s. And so again, a lot of a concentrated effort by Rich's team, Pat Warren's staff, and of course the NYPD, who's helping reassure folks on trains and in stations. As Rich alluded to, in fall 2023, however, customers overall are slightly less satisfied with the system overall. If you see it from the spring, it went down a few points despite the fact all those indicators were going up. It's a little bit of a disconnect from what we just saw with the individual pieces, and I want to share with you a little bit as to what's going on behind the scenes here. A key dynamic in driving that overall scores can be seen on this slide. We're actually showing you the satisfaction levels for different types of riders. A trend we've mentioned before in this forum is recurring here. The most frequent riders are less satisfied with those riding more occasionally. This is actually not unique to the MTA. This is anywhere you go. The more regularly you ride, the more likely you're going to have someone disrupting one of your trips. It's kind of, again, just the overall exposure and the nature of statistics. From the fall survey, we also see 2 other trends compounding the effect of the overall sinking a little bit. The first is that our heaviest riders are a larger percentage of our sample. You can sort of see now that those folks, again, if they ride more often, they're more likely to fill out a survey, and that group is sort of going up, and you can see that in the red boxes at the bottom. And the also is that last group is actually going down in satisfaction. And so again, those heaviest riders are, if you look at the math, what's sort of sinking that overall level, despite the fact that the lines and routes and station scores are all going up. We also ask our customers which areas of a subway system need to improve to increase their satisfaction. And this chart shows you that cut by frequency of ridership. And so again, those blue and green bars are what those heaviest travelers who dropped in satisfaction are saying they want more of to increase their satisfactions. You can see those green and blue bars talk about reliable service and wait times as something that will make a difference. However, I would start with the very first 2 bars that quality of life concerns and people behaving erratically in the system is sort of universally held up as things that would improve satisfaction overall. So again, Rich and his team have a lot of things they're trying to manage too, but there's some variances in what folks are more attuned to for their overall satisfaction score. If we look at those overall attributes, well, the previous slide showed us what folks said would make a difference. This shows you a bit of the math we see behind the scenes as to what really makes a difference if you look at the actual regression between what they rate different attributes on and their overall score. The top 2 drivers are the very important ones, and the ones below that we've shown are other important ones. This also shows you the trends in those attributes since the last survey 6 months ago. Again, you'll see a lot of arrows going up on the key attributes, which is, again, a positive sign for things that Rich and his team can more directly control. There's no real big surprises in here. One thing that stood out for us, though, is that second bar. Safety from crime and harassment on board trains actually correlates very highly with overall satisfaction, more so than stations, which you can sort of see at the bottom of this slide. I think we've all, wonder about the difference between safety in stations versus safety in trains. Again, the math here shows that on trains has a stronger correlation to overall satisfaction than stations, although they're both important. Along those lines, we wanted to share with you while overall safety is getting improved over this period of time, there are still lines and stations that have room for improvement. And this again shows you the lines that are showing the lower safety scores on the left-hand side, and the stations on the right that are the lowest scoring stations. This is the kind of information that we share with Chief Kemper and his team regularly, as well as the monthly pulse surveys to give a better sense of how things are changing month to month. But we do have a lot of granularity on where customers are feeling less safe in our system, and we continue to work with our city partners at NYPD and DSS to try to get the right folks out to those places that can help us balance the customer sense of safety. Let's transition to the overall line-by-line evaluations. And this slide shows you satisfaction by line. As we showed earlier, the overall line satisfaction has increased up 4 points. And here you can see the increase has nearly lifted all lines. The E and the 1 lines show the biggest jump, up 9 and 8 points respectively. The increase on the 1 has made it one of our top lines overall, along with the LG and Q lines. We also track service reliability and wait time satisfaction by line. Both of those relate to the overall scores. The added frequencies on the C and the G, you can see actually has helped bumped up their overall line satisfaction. Again, these are all trending in a very strong direction. And again, this idea that line by line, folks are increasingly happy, and we can see the efforts on service reliability and reducing headways is paying off in terms of how folks feel about their specific line. Similarly, when you look at station satisfaction, and this is broken out by GSM zone for Jim's team, all the GSM zones actually have gone up since the last wave. Some of them significantly. Customers are feeling most of our stations are better, cleaner, and safer, not just at the renovated stations, but across the board. This slide shows you some of the most impressive increases. 125th Street, the ABCD is up, Wall Street on the 4-5 is up, and Penn Street at the ACE side is up. And those are meaningful increases in a 6-month period, I think, because of the extra attention that Jim and the GSMs are putting into these stations. Again, we give Jim a lot of detail about as many of the 472 stations as we can, and they use that to mobilize the cleaning crews and the folks who are complaining about lighting and announcements to sort of take care of stuff in the stations. And it literally is a station by station effort to get that picked up. There's no other way around it. But this kind of results is quite, I would say, stunning in a 6-month period to see everything go up so significantly. Lastly, on subways, another major initiative that Rich has talked about is getting the station agents out of the booth, and this shows you the impact that can have. On the left-hand side here, you can see the overall satisfaction with folks who interacted with a station agent in this period, and that was about a quarter of the sample. On the right-hand side, we've broken it out by where that interaction has occurred, and you can see those far two right bars when they're near the Metro card machine or turnstile or the Omni machines or on the platform. Folks are more satisfied with how they've interacted with a station agent than if they're in the booth itself. We also, behind the scenes, we can see they're also more satisfied with the system when they have those interactions further away from the booth. And so again, this is kind of a person-by-person, team member approach to sort of getting this up, and we can see that it makes a difference, and it's been worth the effort to get those folks out of the booth. Let me pivot to bus and go over a few highlights there. Here you see, again, a slight slip in both local bus and express bus from our spring results overall, but both of them tracking down in the fall. And let me show you a bit about why we're seeing that. Similar to what we saw in subways, this breaks it out by frequency of ridership. Again, on the far right, the folks who are filling out our surveys more regularly, less satisfied than the folks on the left. Again, some very positive scores on the left, but again, the mix is shifting a little bit to the right in what we're seeing, and they're a little bit less happy. This is a little more straightforward. The drivers of satisfaction are what you'd expect. Service reliability, waiting times, and frequency of delays are the 3 most important drivers. Those are all slipping a little bit. Thus the overall score is stripping a little bit. It is worth noting that the other key drivers on the bottom half of this slide are showing strong performance in the 60s and 70s. Again, so holding those constant in the fall season is an achievement, but it's just not enough to offset what folks are experiencing in the top 3 most important drivers. That 57% average score, is made up of averages by where folks board their buses, and this shows you on the left-hand side how satisfaction rates differ based on what borough you're riding in, and it also shows you the trends. You can see that the borough level decreases are concentrated really in Brooklyn and Queens. Staten Island also dropping, although a smaller part of the mix. Both Bronx and Manhattan did not drop in this period of time, and so again, we don't have a universal performance situation. There are certain routes in certain boroughs that are seeing reliability drops that are impacting this overall average. That route level data is shared with Frank and his team on specific routes that they can share with their bus teams who typically action them at the depot level. And so again, this sort of gets cascaded down, and we can really pinpoint which routes need a little more attention. When we ask folks what would increase customer satisfaction, this shows you the results by borough. So again, if Brooklyn's we saw was a decline there, we can see the gold bar here represents what they want to see to improve satisfaction, wait times and more reliable service. Come to the top of a mix for both Brooklyn as well as the green bar, which is Queens, the other one that had a slight drop here. Conversely, you see some differences in areas like the Bronx, which is in red. They're more likely to mention crowding, people not paying as things that impact their overall satisfaction. So again, Frank has a very diverse customer base here that wants slightly different things, and there's a lot of attributes to keep track of. Let's round out the story with Access-A-Ride. This is a very good news story, up 4 points since the fall, and is up 7 points since spring of 2022. So again, you can see there's some ups and downs with any mode, but this one is on a very positive trajectory. Satisfaction here is highest amongst the customers, again, who use it a little bit less frequently, but you'll see those heavy users are also quite satisfied. On the right, you can see, again, variation by where they're using the system. Again, everyone, again, great increases in the Bronx and Brooklyn in this period. Everyone in the high 60s or 70s, and again, not a lot of variation in service, which is, I think, a testament to driving that consistency across the geography. This shows you the most important attributes for Access-A-Ride, again, in order of importance. On-time pickup remains extremely important, the highest correlation with overall satisfaction, and again, an 8-point jump and an increase of that of 59%. A remarkable step up in a short period of time. Travel times also improved in this period, and you can see all those scores below. Even just the normal important drivers are all mostly in the 80s. Finally, what we wanted to just show you that for AAR, whether it's primary or for hire actually doesn't impact their satisfaction much. They're both doing a great job overall. On-time pickup's very good for both of them and improving, and travel times are also improving for both of them. So again, not really a blemish to point out at all for Access-A-Ride in this period. That's all the highlights we have for today. Before we move into questions, I just wanted to thank Tatiana and her team for helping pull this all together and giving me a very clean and impactful presentation to work with. Sitting in the back there are Patrick Cialis and Mark Blutstein, who also worked tirelessly to sort of pull this all together in a short period of time. Processing 80,000 respondents to sort of make sense of it over the holiday period to now was quite an effort. So thank you all for your help.
So thank you, John. I just have some questions. I'm glad that how did we get 80,000 respondents? Free donuts?
I'll let Tatiana speak a little bit about how we do it, but it required very few incentives. You may mention the incentive a little bit.
Okay.
Sure, yes. We do offer an incentive. We offer $50 Omni card to a number of respondents, which are offered in the sweepstakes. So it's not to every single person, but a number to people who complete each mode. And there is a separate drawing for people who complete each mode, which is why we offer people an ability to complete up to 2 modes if they want to enter into 2 different drawings.
You might tell me what the database that we have and how we extended it.
So there are a couple of ways that we're able to achieve such a large sample size. And this is sample size is consistent with previous customers count surveys as well. So on one hand, we have a very large customer database. So we have emails for a large number of people. We also have a very large initiative with Shanifa's team where we do massive outreach through online channels as well as print media and digital screens on stations and buses and Metro North and Long Island Railroad.
So we always have about 80,000 people responding, or is that a new?
It's a little bit larger than usual. So, for example, all total, we got 108,000 people answering for across all modes, and 80,000 is specifically for New York City Transit.
Great. Okay.
One thing we've been doing the last couple rounds is working with our city partners to push on fair fares in particular, and so we're seeing actually a larger increase of folks in that those income demographics overall. And again, that's something we can do is sort of cut it by various levels. And we should have said at the beginning, we take the respondent rate and we weight it up based on the census tract. So if we're underrepresented by a certain minority status or a income level, we right size that before we produce it with you, as well as balancing across lines so that we're not over-egging a certain line? Were you actually using ridership mixes to make sure we're giving you an overall number that represents our riders overall?
Great. And then in one of the last slides in the Bronx, it looked like cleanliness was really bothering the people in the Bronx. Were the Bronx train buses right there?
Yes, good spot. It is, a known. It had something that's sort of come up before in the Bronx around the cleanliness in the buses. There's been some initiatives in various depots to do that. For Frank, we actually give him a depot by depot, breakdown with cleanliness scores for different buses, and he's able to, with his team, intervene and try to make sure they have enough. If they need more resources or supplies or whatever they have to do it. I think, I don't know, Frank, if you want to say anything else about what you've done there, but it's a known difference versus the other boroughs.
Yeah, so, there's a couple of drivers here. We've been looking at this, right? Part of it was resource, right? We were actually down on cleaners, right? So then, we were filling those positions with overtime and other people, but you don't get the same quality when you don't have the same person doing it over and over. So working hard on that. And then just typically in the Bronx, there's a lot of school trips and all, and we often have to deal with some of the, some of that dynamic there. So, the Bronx has a little bit more work to do there. And the general manager out there is looking at those trips to see that is there the opportunity that whereas, we may have to try to clean those buses midday rather than wait to the end of the day. So definitely work in progress.
Okay, thank you. Looking forward to seeing that number go down in the next survey. Any other questions for John before we move on? Okay, if not, back to Rich.
Thank you. And so in the spirit of ensuring that we're continuing to recognize our employees there, and as our ongoing Transit All-Star segment, thank you, Pat, is going to be passing out a little longer bio. I will be brief just to keep the meeting moving. But we've got, I think, 10 folks we want to recognize today. First is Jasmine Caitlin. Have you here? Ah, there you are. We'll give her a round of applause. She is a group station superintendent within Department of Subways. Throughout her career, she's embodied the definition of an all-star by succeeding through her experience as a member of the station division's Omni team and her perseverance. By the way, there will be a few stations folks we're going to acknowledge today, and given the scores you just saw, you can see why. Because Jim Compton, Sheila Hudson, who's always behind the scenes, and her team are doing a tremendous job. So, Jasmine, thank you. Next is Tanika Corngay Cameron. Tanika, you here? Here you are, yes. Also of our GSM team. Wealth of experience. She knows, she's known as the Quiet Storm. Oh my goodness, probably need a full book on that. Meticulous with instilling high standards for delivery of her team. Thank you. Sam Wong, Sam's right there. Operations manager within Station Environment. Instrumental in bringing our Omni technology into the new customer service centers, which is so important to us. He's our go-to person in stations and often jokes about him never sleeping. Well, you do live in the city that never sleeps, so that's your fault, Sam. Sorry. Victor Rodriguez. Victor, yes, group station superintendent. Oh, this is perfect. You should do these from now on. He's often compared to motivational speaker Tony Robbins. Wow. Amazing. Would you like to do these president reports for the room? I would love to delegate this to you. Amazing. He's a secret weapon, instilling empathy in every conversation, and his peers in the station's division cherish him. Thank you. Steve Mescal. Steve, where are you? There you are. I'm hanging in the back. Our lead manager for HASTIS and geomapping with our OP team. The intricate work he does includes delivering bus schedules, hardly easy to say the least, determining the cost of operations, and simulating bus routing options. So for those customers who provide us with input on a regular basis, he's the guy who's taking it to see if we can make it work. So thank you, Steve. Carlene Daniels. Where's Carlene? There she is. General Superintendent within Department of Buses. We celebrate her for outstanding work at College Point Depot that includes consistently keeping our buses and drivers available to meet service demands for thousands of our Queens customers. John Breeden. John is a bus operator. I've often said that driving a bus is the toughest job in this business. Driving a bus in New York City is the toughest job in this business. So, John, thank you. He's out of the College Point Depot, and he's just one of those all-stars that his customers love. So thank you for that. Rich Cerezo. Rich, there he is our Director of Buses Oversight and Development Unit. He's routinely training thousands of bus employees for success with our mentor program, which we recently kicked off last year at Zariga. Positive demeanor is evident in everything he does. Thank you for that. Daniel Mead. Dan, where are you? There he is. an associate staff analyst in our business processing reengineering within Department of Buses. He's expanded and enhanced our Tableau reporting for buses that gives the divisions that quick data so that they can make decisions on how to improve for our customers. So we appreciate that. And last but not least, Marie Holmes. Where's Marie? She's hiding. Okay, she's actually working. She's a bus operator at Mother Clara Hale. Again, as I've said many times, I think driving a bus in this business is the toughest job in this business. I have a tremendous respect for all of our bus operators, and Marie in particular. She's, again, one of those folks that our customers continually say is one of the best of the best. So, again, very proud of these 10 individuals who embody and represent all the tremendous work that's happening out there. I am grateful. I know this committee is grateful for everything you do for us. Congratulations.
Congratulations, everyone, and thank you for all the great work you do to get the system and the people moving in the city of New York every day. Any questions for Rich? If not, we're going to move on to Q, right? Q or no? Yeah, Q. Sorry, Q.
It's a fun day. Thank you. Good afternoon. MTA Accessibility Team is excited to hit the ground running in 2024, working with their New York City Transit partners to make subways, buses, and Access-Ride more accessible for all of our customers. We look forward to working closely with groups across the Department of Subways to improve the quality and consistency of automated and real-time both audio and visual announcements across car classes and subway stations. We know that access to real-time service information is critical to the need of our deaf and hard of hearing communities and our blind and low vision customers, and we are committed to finding new ways to leverage existing technologies while also identifying new solutions to make this information more accessible to all. Our accessibility pilots on subways continue full steam ahead. Thank you, Rich, for that shout out in your presentation. Installations continue for other pilots such as Navalent's wayfinding information and language translation applications. We recently finished installing codes at 3 new stations on the one line and anticipate installing additional codes at dozens more stations on rolling stocks this year. Accessible boarding area decals will also expand to dozen more stations in 24 through our U.S. DOT grants. Thank you to our friends in Washington. And it will support, and we will continue to support projects that enhance access for aging populations and customers with disabilities. These improvements will complement C&D's work to open elevators at 14 newly accessible stations this year. And to some of our customers' commentary earlier, we celebrate in my team and at the MTA what we like to call progressive ADA. For the first time in MTA's history, we are not alone enhancing accessibility in our systems. We have developers, we have other folks in the private sectors who now come in and help us enhance accessibilities, and sometimes they don't reach all the way to the platform. We see that as an added value and benefit to us because that means that when we get there ourselves, we'll be spending a lot less money. We will have to do much fewer work than we had done in the past when we were doing it all by ourselves. So progressive ADA will eventually get to full accessibility at those stations, but that is something that I and my team celebrate here at the MTA. And it also it brings in prioritization of stations that are half accessible today when we create the next capital plans, which we are actively working, and we will be going out to community boards to get that public input in that process. With our bus partners, we focus this year on our efforts to improve customer experience on buses, in particularly by installing new instructional decals on coach bus lifts, increasing the maintenance cycle on those bus lifts to weekly, and refreshing operator trainings on lift usage. We expect to see great improvements in bus stops accessibility this year with the expansion of automated camera enforcement programs, which you heard from Frank, to include bus stop and make those bus stops accessible for all for the first time ever. I personally know too well the challenge of buses getting to the curb, and I'm thrilled to see that we're finally doing something about it. Just last week, I was over at Omer Depot speaking to a lot of our operators who are really excited about the new cleaning cycle. They're thrilled to see the new decals on all of our buses. Those have already been installed. And even riding an express bus out to the depot, we saw that changes in real time, having a huge impact in the customer experience. To some of the points that we heard from the public commentaries point, something that I saw that was really cool was also new decals that said you must give up this seat for someone who needs it. Really speaking to that enforcement language, and my team and I will continue to work with our customer shop and our signage shop to enhance that signage system-wide. This year, we will also continue to collaborate with our Partners and Accessoride to increase the usage of My AAR app for booking and tracking paratransit trips. We also look forward to working with Accessoride to develop a clear future for e-hail on-demand program using findings from phase 2 of the pilot. Our projects and priorities for this year show that increasing accessibility and enhancing customer satisfaction really do go hand in hand. And we look forward to reporting to the committee on our progress toward these goals throughout the end of the year. Lastly, I just want to report that during this meeting that I looked up the stats of our 363 elevators system-wide, 29 were out. 15 are out for capital replacements, 2 for station rehabilitations, 7 for repairs, unknowns and knowns happen every day, and 5 for planned work that we were expecting. That brings an average of 97.6% availability system-wide. That's something that we're really proud of and hope to continue to deliver that service. Thank you.
That's great news, Q, and thank you for all the great work that you're doing. Any questions for Q? Okay, if not, we move on to Chief. Chief, welcome, and thank you.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I just want to congratulate Frank. Mazel tov. Congrats on becoming a granddad. And to the team behind me from the MTA, congrats on being recognized. And, I'm in a position to clearly know that you're only as good as your team. And congrats. So good morning, Chair Mihaltis, President Davey, and the members of the board. Last we met was in December last year, so let me take this late January day to wish everyone a happy and a healthy new year. You have before you the crime figures for the month of December, as well as the 2023 year-end crime numbers. In December, overall crime in the subway system was down 8.2% versus the prior year, with 191 index crimes recorded versus 208. This reflects 17 less crimes recorded for the month. And then looking at the entire calendar year of 2023, we ended the year down 2.6% in crime. That 2.6% reduction translates to 60 less major index crimes recorded during 2023 during the prior year, or more importantly, 60 less victims of crime in the New York City subway system. This decrease is directly attributed to investments, a very positive working relationship with the MTA leadership and the MTA team, our planning, and through the hard work of the men and women of the NYPD, our cops, who have a very difficult and challenging job. Our cops are routinely placed in complex, non-scripted, and oftentimes dangerous situations, and they take on these challenges without hesitation. Make no mistake about it, our cops at the NYPD are second to none, and it's an honor for me to lead them and to be able to tell their story. Whether it's fighting crime, saving people from medical episodes, helping people, or just offering our riders a sense of comfort and safety by just their presence, our cops are committed to providing public safety in the subway system 24 hours, 7 days a week. To say I am proud of them is an understatement. They are remarkable human beings. When looking at our 2023 year-end numbers, you can see that grand larceny, pay attention to this word, these two words, grand larceny, makes up just about half of all major crime in the subway system. As I've previously mentioned, grand larceny can best be described as the theft of property from another person without force or without the threat of force. If there was force or the threat of force, that would be a robbery. Examples of typical grand larcenies we take in the subway system are as follows: pickpocketers, cell phone snatches, and unattended property taken from passengers, oftentimes while they are sleeping, such as pocketbooks and bags. To that, and as we always recommend, our advice is to remain alert, pay attention to your surroundings, secure your valuables, and if you can, don't fall asleep. I'll give you a recent example. Actually, I'm going to give two recent examples, very recent, just hours old. Just yesterday at about 2 in the morning, a subway rider in the Bronx fell asleep on a train with a cell phone in his hand, only to wake up to find his cell phone missing. Transit officers responded, began a field investigation, and within 20 minutes or so, tracked the phone to a nearby deli. They raced to the deli and they found the man in possession of the victim's cell phone. This man was well known to us at the NYPD. He was placed under arrest and charged with the felony of grand larceny. A little about this man. He's a career recidivist criminal. Sunday's arrest marked his 46th time the NYPD arrested him, including 8 times in the past 6 months alone and 4 times already this year. We're in the first month of the year, I remind everyone. 3 of his 2024 arrests are related to theft or attempted theft from subway riders and bus riders, and the 4th was for fare evasion. He was arraigned and released on his own recognizance just a few hours ago with no bail requested in the Bronx. Let me give you another example. Very recent, just hours old. Just yesterday in Manhattan, plainclothes cops from District 2 were on board a train when they observed another career criminal recidivist in the act of cutting a sleeping passenger's clothing with a razor blade and stealing his property. They caught this person red-handed. They were on the same train car. They immediately stepped in, ended the crime, ended the threat, and made an immediate arrest. The person arrested, also well known to us, has been arrested by the NYPD 35 times prior to yesterday's arrest, with this arrest being his 5th felony charge in just the past 9 months for identical or similar crimes in the subway system on our riders. I can give you example after example after example.
Hey, Chief, doesn't the ADAs that prosecute the... let me shut up.
No, and this is a bigger issue than prosecutors. We could talk about that after. Of cops arresting, I can give you example after example of your cops arresting recidivist career criminals over and over and over again, and yet somehow they are still out and free to roam the subway system looking for their next victim. This is our challenge. Fighting recidivist crime in a justice system where the legal ramifications, or consequences, if you will, for these people we find ourselves repeatedly arresting after they prey on our riders are limited and they are bound by law. But I assure you, and each and every one in this room, the men and women of the NYPD are committed to the task, as they were this past weekend, arresting multiple people, multiple repeat offenders for committing crimes against our riders. We remain focused and our work continues. Switching gears, I'm certain that most here have heard of ComStat, a weekly meeting where NYPD leadership from every facet of the NYPD, whether it's patrol, transit, detective bureau, intelligence, all bureaus, we all gather to discuss the effectiveness of our deployments, to provide updates on ongoing cases and general housekeeping. Last Thursday, we conducted a transit bureau-only ComStat in headquarters to expand upon deployment measures that are working, to tweak those that require adjustment, to scrutinize casework by our detectives, and frankly, to ensure we are holding ourselves accountable. A reoccurring theme at every ComStat meeting is ensuring proper investigative steps are taken by the many detective squads within the NYPD. And an important investigative step is seeking out video surveillance footage captured by the MTA's vast network of cameras within the system. As President Davey likes to say, the subway system has more video surveillance than a Las Vegas casino. True words. And as I've repeatedly stated, I cannot speak enough about the value of these cameras in the subway system, both as a deterrent and as well as offering tremendous investigative value. These cameras have proven to be fruitful time and time again, both on a patrol level and on an investigative level. And with the added investment of on-train cameras, which excites me to be quite frank, not only does the investigative value grow so much more, but so does the deterrence value, reminding the criminal element that it is ill-advised to engage in criminal acts in the subway system, because the odds are you will be captured on video and you will be arrested. This concludes my remarks, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to not editorialize. Do we have any questions for the Chief? Nothing. All right. Well, yeah, no, just extreme frustration. Thank you, Chief. And please thank the very hardworking men and women of the transit system for helping keep our transit system safe.
Thank you so much. Will do.
We move on. Lou?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one action this month. It's for the award of an estimated quantity miscellaneous service contract to Sion Design USA Corporation for the provision of maintenance and support services for the MTA's bus camera security system. The base term for this contract is a period of 3 years with up to 3 two-year options. The board is also requested to authorize the New York City Transit Assistant Chief Procurement Officer to approve the exercise of up to the 3 two-year options when and if funding becomes available. Work under this contract covers maintenance services for all 5,248 buses equipped with cameras and 28 corresponding depots equipped with a bus camera security system, as well as diagnostic and video data management services. This system allows videos to be captured on buses, which are then wirelessly uploaded along with a system health check to depot servers during the refueling process. Proposals were submitted by RL Controls and Sion. Both vendors were invited for oral presentations and negotiations. Best and final offers were received in December and presented to the selection committee. The selection committee evaluated the best and final offers in accordance with the evaluation criteria, including the pricing for the option years, and unanimously voted to recommend that the entire contract be awarded to Sion, as this scenario provides the best overall value to the authority. Sion's price was in the amount of $28.6 million. Subsequent to further negotiations and a unilateral price concession, a total savings of $2.9 million was achieved for the base contract, and if all options are exercised, an additional $2.6 million will be saved for a total of $5.5 million. The final estimated amount for this award is $25.7 million for the base and an additional $49.7 million for the options, the total being $75.4 million. I submit this procurement to the board for approval.
Any questions for Lou? Mazzari?
Hi, Lou. Thank you so much, and thank you, Frank, for leading on this. So I just want to confirm, these are like the surveillance cameras,
These are
maintenance of the surveillance cameras, which are different from the ABLE cameras and the other bus camera enforcement cameras. And who is the vendor for the other cameras?
There are two main suppliers for the other cameras. One of them is this company, Sion, but it's an
Okay.
independent contract of this.
I understand. And so from kind of a back office standpoint, are there any opportunities to consolidate, or maybe you've done that already for the video feeds, the video, like the VDMs and all of that?
The
and
video-
the storage of the cameras?
Frank, if I may, the video data managers on
Yes.
this contract, very different than the video data that's managed and
Okay.
is synchronized with Department of Finance and Department of Transportation. So
Okay.
it's really two different scenarios in terms
Mhm.
of how the data is
Great.
captured and transmitted.
Thank you. And how old are the cameras that we are now maintaining?
How what?
Old are the cameras?
Well, there are various ages and they're upgraded periodically.
What's their useful life, I guess?
Yeah, I'd have to get that answer
Okay.
for you, because
you.
we're at like probably third iteration right now, so.
I
And again, the
appreciate
fleet is up to 5,200 buses,
Yes.
thankfully, so 90%
Okay.
of the fleet.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the procurement. Motion second. All those in favor? Aye. Abstentions? Motion carried. I now need a motion to adjourn. Thank you, everyone.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power, The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains. A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track. The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units. We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the meeting of the Audit Committee to order, please. Michelle, are there any speakers?
No, Madam Chair, we have no public speakers today.
Okay, next, then we're going to have right into the approval of the October 23rd, 2023 Audit Committee minutes. Any corrections or changes? Okay. May I have a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you. And a second? Thank you. We approve the minutes? Aye. The minutes are approved. Michelle, can you take us through the work plan, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. There will be 4 meetings this year, and the specific agenda items for each meeting can be found on pages 8 through 14 of your committee book. The proposed work plan was included in the committee materials in October. We have one change to the work plan since then. The information technology report has been moved from the January to the May Audit Committee meeting.
Any questions? Okay, may I have a motion to accept the 2024 Audit Committee work plan? Thank you. Second? Thank you. The work plan is approved. Next up is Deloitte to present the results of their review of the third quarter of the 2023 MTA Consolidated Interim Financial Statements. The financial statements will be issued in final form after the Audit Committee review and approval. Jill Strohmeyer, Managing Director, will give the presentation. Before Jill begins, Jim McGovern, Acting Deputy Chief, has one correction on the materials presented in your book.
Yeah, hello. I just want to point out one correction on the income statement for the prior year amounts. The September 22 amounts weren't updated. They're really the June 30. The correct amounts are reflected in page 9 on the condensed income statement. All the MD&As and the comparisons to prior year numbers are accurate. It's really just a labeling error that's on the
Right.
prior year numbers on the
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Good afternoon. Deloitte is currently in the process of completing our quarterly review procedures for the MTA's consolidated interim financial statements for the 9-month period ended September 30th, 2023. Just a reminder, a review of interim financial information is less in scope than an audit, so we're not performing a full audit. And our procedures primarily consist of analytical procedures, comparing information from a prior period to this period, as well as inquiries of management and those responsible for the information that's contained within the statements. Based on our reviews at this time, barring the change that Jim just made, we're not aware of any material modifications that should be made to these interim financial statements for them to be in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States. And we'll be in a position to issue our report final later this week.
Great. Thank you, Jill. Are there any questions? May I have a motion to accept the third quarter 2023 financial statements? Thank you. A second? Thank you. The third quarter consolidated financial statements are accepted. As required by the State Budget Office, the third quarter 2023 financial statements will be brought to the full board on Wednesday for a vote with a recommendation to approve from the Audit Committee members. Next, we will have Lamont Kears, MTA Chief Compliance Officer, who will brief the committee on selected aspects of the Enterprise Risk Management Program and agency compliance with the MTA's internal control guidelines. Lamont?
All right, good afternoon and Happy New Year. I'm going to run through very quickly the presentation today. First of all, we break down the entire structure of the MTA that we look at from ERM perspective into separate categories. What I'm trying to emphasize in this slide is that, not surprisingly, the bulk of the work that we are doing in ERM focuses on operational issues at Long Island Railroad, Metro-North Transit, et cetera. During the last year, we looked at over 1,400 risk assessments. As you can see, each year we're increasing the number of risk assessments that we are doing. In terms of changes, this year there were 82 for 2023, excuse me, changes that were noted by the various agencies and departments. We also conducted controlled self-assessments with all the different agencies and departments. In 2023, we conducted 1,365 controlled self-assessments. Of that number, 1,298 passed, 67 of those failed. Now, I need to apologize for this slide. While it's a very pretty slide, it's somewhat misleading. So there's a segment in there that says 7% of the 67 that failed were material. It was actually only one. So next year, I'm going to give you a more, not so pretty a slide, but one that's perhaps more reflective of what the number is. That one dealt with personal protective equipment. It was not a primary control. In other words, it wasn't the equipment that failed or people not wearing the equipment, but there was a secondary control around maintaining lists of titles and individuals that was not being updated in a timely fashion. Because it involved safety and PPE, it automatically became material in our view. Remediation plans. We continue to see the plants being opened. Michelle's group is doing excellent work, keeping us all very busy, as well as the IG. So in the quarter, there were 97 that were opened, but I'm very happy to say in that same quarter, they closed out 105. So the agencies have been very busy closing them out. So that's my presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Lamont. Any questions? Lisa?
Just a quick question or clarification. On the 67 that failed, we saw how it was broken up. What's the remedy? What's the process to cure those 67?
So we have an automated system, right? So when they fail, depending on the level of significance, an automatic remediation plan is created. That's part of that number that you saw, the 97. I give Michelle a lot of credit because she does an enormous amount of work in her team. But some of those are as a result of those testing. So out of that 97, some of them are ours that are a result. Now, some of those are what we call documentation only. So there are different levels. There's material, which I mentioned, significant deficiency, and then documentation only. And those are minor, right? So, for example, if there was a control required 3 signatures and there were only 2 missing on one document out of our sample, we're not going to fail the whole thing as material, but we will document the fact that the control wasn't being done exactly as it was supposed to be done, and then corrections are being made, but it's not being tracked as a remediation. It has to be deficiency or above for us to start tracking it as a remediation. You're welcome.
Good. Okay. Continuing with Lamont, he will present the results of the all-agency internal control reports issued to the New York City Division of Budget as required by the Government Accountability, Audit, and Internal Control Act. Lamont?
That's on the agenda. So at this point, as I mentioned before, we are tracking remediation plans, which is not what's on the agenda right now. But we have continued to work with the Authority Budget Office in terms of compliance with the requirements of the Internal Control Act. And at this point, I'm happy to say that we are fully compliant with all the requirements. The board has issued the required guidelines. As you noticed on my previous slide, we have in fact done the risk assessments, we have done the control testing, we have been actively involved in training and education efforts. So the program itself is fully compliant with all the requirements.
Great. Thank you, Lamont. Any questions for Lamont or the agency internal control officers? Okay, great. Yes, good. One last item. Lamont has a brief report on the status of audit recommendations previously accepted by the agencies. Lamont?
So at this board's request, corporate compliance has been monitoring for several years now the remediation plans, which I had mentioned before, in terms of any of them that are going 6 months past their original implementation date. I just want to take 2 seconds to just say one point about that. Compliance is kind of looking this, with blinders on, right? We don't look at the universe of what's going on, what's happening. So in some of these instances, these individuals in the department may have gone back to audit services. There are circumstances beyond their control. Compliance has the wonderful position of saying, we don't care what's going on in the universe and the world. We have blinders on, get it done, we don't care what's going on. So just to be fully transparent on that. So this is very hard to see at this particular point. They are in your book. The key takeaway here is that we are monitoring them on an ongoing basis. We are communicating with the agencies and the departments on an ongoing basis to ensure that we are getting them in and they are being closed. There are a few that are 6 months past due, as you can see from this slide. I'm going to go to the end. So at this point, I'm happy to say at this point we are reporting 16 out of everything are now 6 months past due, which is pretty consistent with where we've been. So there's been no significant uptick. It's been pretty constant. They are being closed and open. But remember, this is a rolling process, so as time doesn't slow down for any of us, it doesn't slow down for this either. So as they close them, there's some that are coming due, then end up on this report. But it's pretty consistent, and the key takeaway from that previous slide is that they are being closed on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you, Lamont. Any questions? Yes, Lisa.
Just one quick one. The prior two slides shows that the largest numbers fall under the MTA headquarters. Can you clarify that for me a little bit?
So with transformation, a lot of the functions have been consolidated, so they roll up to headquarters now. And so, things that historically had been, say, procurement within each of the agencies are now all at headquarters. And so all of those recommendations rolled up to headquarters, even if they were made prior to a specific agency. So that's why you see headquarters growing. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Next, we have Michelle Woods, Auditor General, who will discuss MTA Audit Services activities and accomplishments in 2023 and present the proposed audit plan for 2024. Michelle?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, I would like to update the committee on the year-end status of the 2023 audit plan, present a summary of the proposed 2024 audit plan. Our mission in audit services is to provide insightful, proactive, and future-focused quality results while promoting governance, considering risks and controls, and identifying organizational improvements. I would like to thank my direct reports, who are sitting right here, Darren Jurgens and Phyllis Richardson, as well as the entire audit staff for the results we achieved in 2023. During the year, we completed 81 operational and assurance audits. These audits identified 149 findings for which the audit teams made recommendations to improve internal controls and compliance with established processes while reducing risk. We identified potential operating cost savings and efficiency opportunities of $17.5 million. These include opportunities to reduce costs, avoid unnecessary expenditures, or otherwise enhance revenue collection. These audit recommendations are tracked in the Compliance Governance Risk and Control System, which Lamont just spoke about, to ensure they are properly implemented. We also performed 957 audit reviews related to capital projects. This work included reviews of cost proposals, interim reviews, closeout audits, and audits of claims to ensure contract billings were appropriate. Third-party question costs identified in those projects were $54.9 million. Our past experience has demonstrated an 80% recovery rate for these question costs, and I am not doing my presentation. Thanks. Yeah. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so here's the savings, right? The 17.5 for the operations and the 54.9 on the capital side. Some of the significant operational audits this year included reviews of professional service contracts, personal actions, and accounts payable. Our capital contract auditors worked with project management to review additional work orders, claims, and perform some final audits of projects that were completed during the year. Sandy Audit Unit, the onboard program, I skipped it. There we go. In 2013, with the approval from the Audit Committee, we established a Sandy Oversight Committee in cooperation with the MTA IG to perform independent integrity monitoring services for those projects which received FTA emergency funding related to Sandy. In honor of our commitment to the FTA, our Sandy Audit Unit continued to perform assurance audits, and we report the results to the FTA on a quarterly basis. Since this unit was established in 2013, we've completed 154 projects, made 404 recommendations, and identified cost adjustments of approximately $67 million. As required by the grant funding agreement, we will continue to perform audits of ongoing Sandy projects, and we have committed to following up on all recommendations until they are fully implemented. The Pension Quality Assurance Function was established in 2013 at the request of HQ Management. This group reviews the pension calculations of the defined benefit plans for Metro North, MTA Police, MTA Bus, and Long Island Railroad's open and closed plans. They provide pension management with the results of the reviews daily so that the corrections can be made prior to the original pension payments being processed. Quarterly reports summarizing the QA results are also provided to the Pensions Management Group so that they can identify trends and areas for reinstruction. In 2023, the Pension QA Group reviewed over 1,400 pension calculations, identified 205 errors, which included 75 with a financial impact of approximately $4 million. The on-board audit team performed over 6,400 tests this year to ensure that conductors are collecting the correct fare and they are following standard operating procedures. The results of these tests were reported to the agency management, who utilized the information in their estimates for the rate of fare not collected and the improper fare collected. Information from the observations also allows management the opportunity to adjust resources where needed. Peer review. The MTA Audit Services follows the Institute of Internal Auditors standards and is required to receive a peer review every 5 years as outlined in the IAA's Internal Professional Standards Framework to fulfill this requirement. The peer review assesses an audit organization's design and operating effectiveness of its internal quality control system and adherence to policies, procedures, and applicable auditing standards. This is an external review. It has to be external from the MTA. In the fourth quarter of 2023, the Association of Local Government Auditors performed a peer review of the MTA Audit Services. ALGA confirmed that our internal quality control system was adequately designed and working as intended, and noted that additional areas that we excelled as it relates to audit coverage, planning, staffing, and communications of audit results. The team did have one suggestion to make an improvement related to documenting the staff's independence. Our internal policies already included a requirement for staff independence, but we did not document this on each and every project in those work papers. We took immediate action, updated our audit planning process to require specific documentation of the auditor's independence in the work papers. The next peer review will be performed in 2028. Now for the 2024 audit plan. This has been discussed with each of the agency presidents and the MTA tower leads for their input. The foundation of the audit plan was developed through a formal risk assessment that is performed in accordance with the Institute of Internal Auditors standards. We began our planning process in September, and it takes us several months to complete, resulting in a comprehensive risk assessment which is fully documented. Consistent with prior years, the risk assessment sources include financial data, an assessment of the nature of operations, control activities, and previous audit results. We conducted 82 management interviews and identified 156 potential audit recommendations. We prioritized the audit suggestions and developed a proposed audit plan with 91 operational assurance audits for 2024. I met with the agency presidents and tower leads to discuss and finalize the proposed plan to ensure the areas of greatest risk will have appropriate audit coverage. And of course, also went over this information with the chairman. This is just a snapshot of where some of the 91 audits are in the 2024 plan. They fall under each of the business functions. With service delivery, we're going to ensure management continues to inspect and maintain their system in a state of good repair. With finance, we'll closely monitor actions taken by management related to the cost savings initiatives that you've heard about at the agency meetings. We'll also look at timekeeping as well as oversight and assignment of overtime. For safety, we plan to perform audits of incident accident reporting, MTA police comp time, and various safety practices. In human resources, we will focus on hiring, employee availability, and health benefits. We will also perform revenue audits at each agency. In addition to our third-party reviews of capital contracts, we will continue with our required Sandy program and New York City Engineering Audit Office reviews, which are required for any projects that have city funding. Our procurement audits will continue to ensure that we spend our resources effectively and efficiently and in accordance with the contract terms and conditions. And finally, our technology audits will support the consolidated organization and cover areas such as network, cybersecurity, disaster recovery, and application reviews. This is a visual representation of how we plan to allocate the resources associated with our assurance audits during the year. You can see that the MTA headquarters resource allocation is higher than it was in prior years, primarily due to the increase in consolidated functions, which will cover all agencies. This is just a breakdown of how we spend our time within the department. The management and administration is the executive team, the audit directors, that sort of thing. And then we have the assurance operational audits, which Phyllis leads, and the capital program audits that are led by Darren. And then Phyllis also has a director who is responsible for the pension QA and the onboard revenue functions. In 2024, we will focus our efforts to support the initiatives of the MTA to improve efficiency and effectiveness of operations. We will also continue to support agency-wide operational goals with respect to cost savings initiatives and evaluate contractor performance. Looking ahead, we're going to continue to coordinate our audit activities with our external auditors. Thank you, Deloitte. The City and State Controller's Office, the MTA Chief Compliance Office, MTA Inspector General. We also coordinate with the Office of Construction Oversight as they now report up through me. And we will, this concludes the presentation, so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. As you know, I sent a copy of the operational audit plan, so it lists all of those 91 audits specifically to you, and we're happy to answer any questions you have about those.
Yeah, a lot of good work, Michelle, and
That was
your
a good
team.
year.
Your team, thank you. That's a lot of work done and good results. Thank you, Michelle. Any questions? May I have a motion to accept the proposed 2024 audit plan? May I have a second? Okay, the 2024 audit plan is accepted. Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Second? Okay, thank you. The audit committee meeting is adjourned. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Well done.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that
I don't want to distract the members of the board, but we're going to call to order the Capital Program Committee for the month of January. I take it, Ms. King, we have members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We have 6 members of the public registered to speak today. 5 are in person, 1 virtual. As a reminder, I'd like to remind all public speakers, please adhere to MTA rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind all our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, you're limited to 1 minute. Please be aware there will be a warning beep letting you know that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Bruce Hain, followed by Jason Anthony.
I'm not going to argue. I'm going to, don't start it yet. Good morning. What is it called? Construction and planning, with planning second, or is it, construction and development? Well, that's nice. It took me an hour and 8 minutes to get into the city today from Jamaica. That's a 4-track line. It was pretty good. They built those 4-track lines, but you don't want to use the express tracks. I don't know what that's all about. It was like that last week too. And the schedules are run on the fly. And, you can't have cross-platform transfers by running schedules on the fly. even though your engineers state publicly that they want to do it that way, and I don't think much of it. I gave you a nice thing to read last month, and I've posted it in case you haven't read it. I've posted it on railnycaccess.com. It's the 6th item in the list on the main page. And now there's a video. If you go to Bruce Hain on YouTube, you'll find the video. It's called Jamaica Capacity Improvements, LIRR, Jamaica Capacity Improvements. It explains the whole thing, because I've been trying to make this stuff clear to you, that it's existential for railroading in the United States, because, you know, we're going to have to look at the decadent age planning machinations of your engineers that are etched in stone of practical permanence, stone and steel. And that's what they're doing. They're stealing. And, you know, it might be that you're suborning the law to let these racketeers do what they're doing. So,
Please conclude your remark.
Thank you.
Mr. Hain, what train were you on?
E.
The E train.
Yeah. They had they were doing something on the express tracks. It was that way last month too. They can get away with it. Nobody can say anything.
Jason Anthony.
Hey, Jano. Nice to see you again on this 2024. Let's get to capital construction business, shall we? Luckily, I was able to join Jano and Jamie on the opening of another elevator, this time at Beach 67th Street on the Apple train, like I called every letter lines by food references. These elevators are unique in its class, never seen before in any other station in the subway system, that you have to tap in order to go around, take the same elevator to the platform. That's never have seen before. But we want status regarding the one on 168th Street on the one line. I wish that we could get an elevator at Morrison Avenue Soundview on the 6th train. That's my birth station that I will get on when I was a little kid. And last but not least, I hope that I won't have to deal with a burden when I take the Grape train to LIC due to the CBTC work. I hope that you two come up with a plan that my commute to LaGuardia Community College will be less stressful, but at the long run, we will get more frequent G trains along my neck of the woods. So with that, I'll see you guys in finance.
The next speaker is Joseph Morales. Following him is Kara Girl. Two minutes, please.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales. I go to Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy. A few things I saw in this month's committee book. I'm glad to see resiliency work being prioritized at the 207th Street Yard and for the Rockaway Viaduct. I also read that the Rockaway Viaduct is being rehabilitated via a design-build contract. I'm not sure about 207th, but the MTA has been really successful with the design-build in the past few years, so I'm really happy about that. And the 207th Street Yard is home to several subway lines, and the Rockaway line was severely disrupted during Hurricane Sandy. So these are two big priority areas, and I'm happy to see the MTA working on both of them at once. I noticed that there are towers planned for the bus radio system at Todd Hill in Staten Island and at Kearny, New Jersey. These are both suburban areas with a lot of single-family homes, so I feel that the MTA should aim for a minimum height if they have to be built in residential areas, and that in order to maintain residents' home values, and that the MTA should be transparent with the community and be open to feedback, especially since in New Jersey there's a lot of pushback over congestion pricing, and a lot of New Jersey residents, not all, don't use MTA services, so we need to make sure we're transparent with the communities. Lastly, as the Jamaica Bus Depot is phased out, its phasing out of the current one must be coordinated with the construction of the new one. I understand that's already the MTA's plan, but we really need to make sure it runs smoothly, because if we phase out the old depot too fast, we don't want to have service disruptions. Even with the temporary parking lot, I still feel like this needs to be a point that we remember throughout the entire process. Thank you for your time.
Our final in-person speaker is Michael Cohen. After Michael Cohen will be Charlton D'Souza.
I think you skipped Cara Girl, Ms. King.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Cara Girl, and after Cara Girl will be Michael Cohen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Cara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. We're looking forward to hearing more today about many of the vital projects going on around the MTA region to upgrade, repair, and improve our transit system. Resiliency and flood-proofing improvements on today's agenda, like the 207th Street Yard and in Far Rockaway, only get more important with each storm. We've seen this year that torrential downpour and extreme weather are only becoming more frequent and are no longer limited to the warmer months. Protecting our infrastructure from flooding and downpours will help ensure that riders can continue to depend on transit, rain or shine. State-of-good repair work in the back-end shops and yards that riders can't see is equally as important as expansion projects like the Interborough Express and 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2. We're thankful that the governor included funding for advancing both in her executive budget. They'll help improve transit access for people around the city. We've also been impressed by the speed at which the MTA has completed ADA upgrades around the region in recent months. From Scarsdale to Beach 67th Street, 2024 is off to a great start, and it's just the beginning. We hope that Met's Willets Point will be on the list soon, so that even more people can benefit from taking the 7 train or Long Island Railroad to all that the Willets Point area has and will soon have to offer. These are just a few of the many critical projects in the pipeline for the MTA, all around the system and region. But many of them are at dire risk if congestion pricing doesn't get over the finish line, as the Regional Plan Association found in new maps released last week. The petty lawsuits aimed only at delaying this critical law must stop, so New Yorkers and New Jerseyans alike can benefit from better transit, cleaner air, and less traffic. We urge the millions of riders who know that congestion pricing will improve our transit to testify in support at the MTA's upcoming public hearings. Our transit infrastructure and improvements depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Cohen. Following Michael Cohen is Charlton D'Souza.
Hello, my name is Michael Cohen. I want to know if it's possible to speed up the implementation of the new signals for the subway that are supposed to make the subway more efficient, the communications-based train control. And if they could do that to make the subway have less delays and have more frequent trains, because on some lines like the C train, the train doesn't come often enough. It comes every half hour, sometimes every 20 minutes at other times, and it'd be great to have faster subway service, more predictable subway service, so we know more when I will arrive at the other end, and to have it more convenient and often so that there are more trains available at different times of the day. And regarding the 2nd Avenue subway, I'm glad that phase 3 is being in the beginning stages, that there's beginning to be a look at phase 3 and the work on phase 3, and because that will benefit me a lot, having another subway line to take and having another connection on 2nd Avenue. So I hope that gets the green light soon, and I hope that it can be done on time and under budget, and that it'll be ready for sometime in the future, sometime in the next few decades at least, to have that service up and running. and I think that would attract a lot of ridership as well.
Our next and final speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year, Mr. Chairman. Happy New Year to the board members. My name is Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. There's been some technical issues with the MTA's website today, registering for the meetings. I just wanted to let you guys know. Anyway, thank you for having me on. I do want to say I'm very pleased that the Hollis station is finally going to get worked on. Thank God that you guys were listening. It needed to be that station is in really bad, dire straits. It needs to be reconstructed completely. I hope that you guys will coordinate with the city of the Department of Transportation and the city planning department to clean up all the grass and the weeds over there and to reconstruct the road and also to put a garden over there. There's also some issues with vermin, rats, and I'm sure you guys will work all that out. Now, I understand that the Hollis Station Long Island Railroad project is also contingent on congestion pricing being approved. So what I would say to that is there was so much of money saved with all the other projects at through Third Track. So why not use some of the money from that to fix up Hollis? Why do you want to wait until congestion pricing is finally gone through? I really think Hollis is one of those stations that is in a low poverty area. There's a lot of people of color over there. And again, everyone's below the income line. So you need to really fix that station up. It needs to be a priority. It has to get done. I want to thank the board because we at Passengers United have been pushing for this for a long time. Thank you for listening. And I actually would like to meet with y'all regarding the construction of the station. There are some suggestions I wanted to make as well. Hopefully y'all will consider that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King, and thank you to all of our public commentators. Copies of the December Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are, as always, available on the website. Are there any changes or comments to be heard at this time? No. May I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Mr. Jones. Second. Thank you, Mr. Chu. All in favor? The minutes are approved. Are there any changes to the work plan, Mr. Torresbringer?
No, there are not, Chair.
Okay. With that, let me turn it over to you for your President's report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Glad to be back in front of the board for a very busy 2024. So let me just go through some progress we've made before handing things over for our infrastructure report. Next month, we'll be reporting a little bit more completely about our year-end progress and our targets for 2024. I did just want to give you a couple of highlights. First of all, we did, thanks to the heroics of the many folks that work at construction and development, including the leadership sitting in this room, achieve $8 billion in commitments last year. We, as we've said, would have achieved $10 billion were it not for the unnecessary delays to taking advantage of the congestion pricing funding. In fact, it was good to hear one of the public speakers mention the importance of re-signaling the Fulton line, the A and the C in Brooklyn. That was the project, total overall budgeted at about $2 billion that we were not able to award and are still not able to award due to the litigation within New Jersey and elsewhere. As we've said repeatedly, we're confident about the results of that litigation, but have to be responsible and ensure that we don't commit public funds until we can be certain that we're through that litigation. And so in addition to that, that project being held up, there are projects right now that could be awarded were it not for the fact that we're holding for congestion pricing. However, we did make some notable awards as part of that $8 billion, and that is a great trend line to show that we are really achieving what we need to achieve within the capital program. We awarded station components and track work on the 7th Avenue Broadway line. That came in under our estimate, so under budget by $9 million, 17% under budget. We awarded the package for ADA improvements on Long Island Railroad, including that Hollis station as well as Forest Hills and Babylon. Came in under budget, 7% under budget, saved $16 million versus estimate. Metro North, Brewster Yard, really important project for Metro North. Awarded that $32 million under our estimate, 17.6% under budget. And then, of course, our colleagues at the Bridges and Tunnels business unit awarded this very important next step in the retrofit of the RFK Bridge, retrofit of the suspended span, which also adds that accessible bike and ped path from Astoria to Randall's Island as part of the overall making the RFK complex accessible. That came in $57 million under estimate, 13% under budget. So we're pleased with the results that we got, and it's showing that the contracting community is responding to the many reforms that we're making at C&D. We also had a good year ramping up in completions. We hit $7.1 billion, which is a great, surely a record for us. Some notable completions. We were out with the Congresswoman opening up major improvements to the Flushing Station, the terminal station on the 7 line, which make a big difference. That project brought in on time, on budget. Long Island Railroad Cherry Valley Bridge improvements brought in on time, on budget. Metro North Harmon Shop is a generational investment in improving the shops and facilities that service most of the Metro North trains, and it's a real marker and great example for the further investments that we're making in shops and yards, which Peter will be talking about today. That we finally managed to complete. That was really a generational project. The Throgs Neck Bridge, that was brought in as the Bridges and Tunnels group expressed last month. They did miss the target by 1 month, but really accomplished a really significant amount of work during that month and brought that project in under budget. So lots of on-time, on-budget, on-time, under-budget delivery, as is being noticed more and more by C&D. We continue the historic investment in ADA accessibility. We were present opening the first fully accessible subway station of the year a couple weeks back. First of many planned for this year at Beach 67th Street in the Rockaways along the A line. This one includes a direct-to-platform elevator, which we are going to do more of, and it enables both smooth passenger flow and enables us also to work with some of those difficult station conditions where the mezzanines may not be able to handle the structural load of an elevator. So rather than having to fully rebuild a mezzanine, we're going direct to platform. 41 stations in construction for ADA, made 25 accessible since 2020. And we're still ramping up. As you may recall, this capital program included 2 stations to be named later. 145th Street on the A, B, C, and D has been selected as one of those stations, which will make this a critical transfer hub in Harlem fully accessible. We're announcing this now because we'll be applying for federal funding to advance 145th Street, along with a larger bundle of ADA stations, and that builds on the $254 million grant that we received last year for ADA accessibility, which will be advertised and awarded this year, Tim, am I right, as Package 6. So more progress on ADA. And I should mention that the progress was recognized by a new report from the Rudin Center last week. We appreciated the engagement of the Rudin Center with the challenges that we face when making stations accessible, while recognizing the historic progress that we've made in recent years. There are some best practices identified in this report, which we are paying close attention to and adopting. The big message is we need to continue funding of the capital program to maintain this historic pace of investment. Not to be forgotten, the commuter railroads, we've talked about awarding the next package for Long Island Railroad. We also opened ADA upgrades at 2 Metro North stations in the past month. With the opening of Hartsdale and then Scarsdale 1 week later, we have more than 3/4 of Metro North full service stations in New York ADA accessible. We'll get to 80% during this capital program when we finish Purdy's and the 3 Bronx stations that we have planned. Hartsdale and Scarsdale are high traffic stations, and we were able to make numerous improvements to the stations in the course of doing the work. I think they turned out great. Of course, following on the heels of the full funding grant agreement at the end of last year, we awarded the early works for the start of construction for 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2. This work is relocating utilities along 2nd Avenue to make way for the first cut and cover station at 106th Street. As we noted when we announced this, one of the important lessons learned from Phase 1 of 2nd Avenue Subway was that early utility relocation is really important to making sure that we don't get delayed, and so we're proceeding as fast as we can with this important contract. I'll also note that we have identified over $1 billion in savings from those lessons learned and the design work in 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2, with at least $300 million more identified that we're working to add into the design. We're continuing to make sure that we're delivering high-quality transit improvements for riders in East Harlem in a cost-effective way. There is an all-MTA effort to reduce incidents of fare evasion across the system, and C&D is proudly supporting that work. We completed new, more accessible fare array at Sutphin Boulevard as part of a pilot to learn more about how new gates work in our system, and we've learned a lot, and we continue to adapt the system based on those learnings. But we've seen an increase in fare payments of 20% since the installation at this station, as Rich Davey mentioned earlier in the Transit Committee. In December, we released an RFI for the next generation of modern, secure, accessible fare gates. So that's the long-term plan, is that we use these lessons learned to get to a brand new set of fare gates that are difficult, if not impossible, to evade. In the short term, Rich announced earlier, we now have variances in hand from the State Department of State that will allow us to install delayed egress on the exit gates, which we are rolling out at three stations in the near future. Again, an opportunity to test what that impact will be, but we know that the exit gates have become a significant source of fare evasion because whether someone is using them appropriately or inappropriately, they can be held open for people to stream through. And so by introducing the delayed egress, we maintain the emergency exit capacity while making it more difficult to open it on a regular basis. And so we're excited to see what the product of that is. Speaking of technology improvements in the system, we did turn on the Hudson Rail Link onto Omni today, connecting bus service in Riverdale and Spuyten Duyvil sections of the Bronx. This is a significant move in the direction of contactless fare payment across all our systems. We'll update you on Omni and the rollout very soon, but I will say it continues apace with the project management approach that we're taking at C&D. 70% of full fare riders who have full access and ability to use Omni are using Omni, and we're making progress on our initial pilot for card vending machines, which will allow for cash payments for the Omni card. That's a critical enabling piece of helping those other 30% of riders be able to use Omni. We're also making good progress for bulk purchasing groups like students, Department of Education students, CUNY students, reduced fare, fair fare. More to come on this soon, but good progress to report, and we're pleased to get Hudson Rail Link on the system early this morning. With that, I want to transition to our new business unit lead for infrastructure, Peter Kohner. Peter is well known to folks on the board and the committee, having served in a number of critical roles at construction and development and predecessor entities over the years, and he has really wrapped his head around some of the complexities of this very difficult business unit that has so much critical state of good repair work going on. I do want to thank Dana Hecht, our prior business unit lead, who hasn't moved very far. She continues to report to Mark Roche as the Senior Vice President for Business Enterprise and Industry Relations. So we're continuing to build out this great team at C&D and under Mark in the delivery department in particular. And with that, I want to hand things over to Peter.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Lieber, go 49ers. Go 49ers. All right, so before we get into the presentation, I'd like to talk briefly about what the Infrastructure Business Unit is. It is the largest of the portfolio of business units within the construction and development agency. It has 300 projects in flight in various phases of completion with $9 billion worth of value. The BU, and so the real question here is, how do we do it? It's a big portfolio, it's a lot of people. We are organized into 4 areas, into 4 program areas that address specifically focus of interest, and that is wayside power, focusing on much needed modernization of the power distribution network to assure reliable and safe transit operations. Facilities, the back of the house operation, that are the shops, yards, and warehouses to create efficient and safe operation for our MTA employees. Line structure that operates in the right of way, both above and below the ground, where service interruptions are measured in minutes and productivity is the norm to assure timely return to service for our riding public. And finally, Sandy resiliency, focusing on protecting our assets against events like Superstorm Sandy. 2023 was a particularly rewarding year with a substantial completion of our Coney Island Yard resiliency project. This presentation will provide you a glimpse into our program areas and some of the projects. I'm sorry. Okay. But before I get there, I'd like to talk briefly about 2023. It was a productive year of $867 million in project awards and $1.2 billion in project completion. As excited as we were, we were missed on some of the results that we expected to be, and this primarily in awards area due to the late onboarding of our GEC, or General Engineering Consultant, that led to a spilling of 2023 projects into 24. And the completions, we missed our mark by strategically delaying the substantial completion on our 207th Street Yard to commercially benefit the MTA. We look forward to a very robust 2024, both in awards and in completions. What you can see on the screen is some of the glimpse into the awards and completions. Coney Island Yard roof replacement for awards, West End paint and structural repairs, 7th and 8th Avenue LaSalle line structure repair, Village Hester substation. In completions, 207th Street Yard, 63rd Street tracks fixation, New Forsyth Street fan plant, electrical and mechanical improvements at Livingston Plaza, and Avenue Z substation completion. So more on how we do it. I categorized them into 3 strategic areas. Earlier planning. To set project baseline targets, we continue to focus on capability of our resources through training, adoption of new delivery methodology, and more competent design and approach to de-risking of our project. Greater oversight of resource, holding our teams to account to targets set. We also approach programmatic project management consultant and general engineering strategies as extension of staff to assure targeted performance, specifically project safety, cost, and schedule, and above all, quality of deliverables. And more improved bundling. We also focus on optimization of projects into bundles, thus creating a single source of accountability, as well as exploring horizontal bundling across other business units of the MTA to optimize TA labor and general orders for projects. Facilities. What you see on the screen on the left is the rail car acceptance facility in Brooklyn, and to the right, the 2023 groundbreaking of a Jamaica bus depot. This is the behind-the-scenes operation that basically support our workers and our resources to do their job safely and efficiently. Line structures. The photo above shows awards of Myrtle Avenue with overcoating. To the right, the completion of the Staten Island track replacement. Wayside power. The wayside power is a critical component of our infrastructure as it provides for safe distribution of power to our rails. In the 20-year needs, it was assessed that it is particularly vulnerable due to the aging infrastructure. The BU is ahead of this by modernization and refurbishing and adding substation across the system already. The photo above shows the Patchen substation, Fulton Street line, commissioned in 2023. Sandy recovery and resiliency. There's a snapshot of the number of assets and category of assets that were completed under this program. The final program is the Sandy and resiliency. Thanks to support from the FDA and MTA, an overall $8 billion program was made to the entire system to make it more resilient. At infrastructure, we are responsible for $4.5 billion, of which 2/3 is complete, and the remainder is in construction and design. As you can see, the scale of the investment is hard to wrap your head around, protecting hundreds of critical assets throughout the locations. I would like to now take you for a brief ride throughout Coney Island, introduced by our PCO.
Hi, I'm Deirdre Harvey, PCEO of Coney Island Yard Flood Mitigation. Coney Island Yard is now more protected than ever against extreme weather events. The 100-acre complex is encircled with over 2 miles of 12 to 15-foot steel-reinforced flood wall. To complete this perimeter protection against flooding, each of the yard's 9 access points have been outfitted with heavy-duty flood doors or stop-log barriers that can be deployed in advance of severe weather. Power and communication cables now span the yard on an elevated cable bridge instead of buried underground, keeping them safely out of risk and making them easier to maintain. 2 pump stations and 20,000 linear feet of underground drainage have also been added to mitigate flooding from rainfall. These protections work together to mitigate damage to equipment and potential service delays coming out of Coney Island Yard during any extreme weather event, ensuring a safer and sustainable future for our property and our assets.
I would like to add that this project was completed with minimal disruption to the yard, enabling 800 rail cars to be moved around as required, as well as not too much of a distress to the 3,000 employees that are housed in this particular project. 207th Street Yard is another resiliency project that is being put together in the Bronx, in Manhattan. The 207th Street Yard is a design bid build project under Sandy, has been strategically aligned to bring together 5 separate projects under one project management team for single point of accountability to control cost, schedule, risk, and safety. For those not familiar with the project implemented 4,500 feet of flood walls, 5 floodgates, signal tower and signal work, and 200,000 square feet of roof over the shop. The 207th Street sewer work is progressing, and we are mitigating our delays, anticipating completion in fourth quarter of 2024. Another project that is worth of mentioning is the Rockaway Line Resiliency, otherwise known as Hamels Y. This is a prime example of where we have aggregated all components of the 4 business programs we have in our repertoire, which is the line structures, shops and yards, resiliency, and wayside power. This project was bundled to minimize the disruption and maximize a 16-week shutdown planned for the winter of 2025. A supplemental 16-week transportation plan has been developed to minimize the effects on the riding publics of the Rockaways. The most critical and challenging aspect of this work is the coordination with city agency, Coast Guard, and maritime operation. We are also working closely with our elected officials, community relations, and operation planning to ensure that the community is fully informed and that sufficient alternate travel options are made available during this shutdown. Bus radio. This project has been reported on over the years. I'm happy to report that this project is now nearing substantial completion. I'm also happy to report that since the last briefing, we reported a pilot program for a radio test. This test was successful and is now working on more than 3,300 buses over 6,000 bus fleet. The project is forecasting completion of August 2024. Jamaica Bus Depot reconstruction, or rather new actually. The Jamaica Depot is a $654 million project to replace existing old Jamaica Depot. The current building was built in 1939 and is in poor working condition. The new depot will have maintenance building with rooftop parking, outdoor parking lot and administration building tied to the depot with a bridge. Upon substantial completion, the depot will also be able to accommodate 60 electric buses. However, the entire depot is designed to accommodate an all-electric fleet projected for the 2030 under a separate contract. This project is currently delayed due to the York parking lot issue with the drainage. The designer of record had to redesign the system to meet new guidelines for the stormwater pollution prevention plan. The lot is currently under construction, and the contractor is working on mitigation of the delay. Mainline trucks replacement. This is the third leg of this project, 63rd Street. It is currently under construction and is forecasted to be completed by March 31st, 2024. The project outage is being supported by shuttle service as well as in-house operation. This is a challenging project. Includes a replacement of 25,000 feet of track, third rail, and installs newly engineered composite ties, which will extend the life cycle of the main line. We know this has been an impactful project for customers, and at the end of it, the restored track should last for approximately 50 years. And that ends my presentation.
Okay, a lot of big projects. Yeah, a lot of big projects, and a lot of them that involve a ton of community collaboration. I just want to underscore that's part of our challenge and C&D's challenge is making sure that people understand 63rd Street, I think, did a pretty good job of that. Obviously a little bumpy at the beginning, but getting very good feedback from folks who are being impacted there, especially Roosevelt Island. But we got to do a great job on making sure that everybody in the Rockaways understands why that shutdown is necessary, and that everyone has information about the alternatives that are being brought to bear. It's like the G train outage, which has occasioned some public conversation, is 6 weeks long. This is a little the Hamels Y impact on the Rockaways with the A train is a little longer, and we got to get it right. That's a very transit-dependent community. At this point, we'll hear from the IEC and then invite the board to comment and question.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. As part of the IEC's oversight responsibilities, we have analyzed a total of 129 infrastructure projects for both cost and schedule performance. These projects were featured in the latest traffic light report presented at last month's CPC meeting. The IEC reviewed infrastructure variance reports that cited problems that were encountered, and we agree that with the corrective measures that have since been executed by C&D. The IEC also undertakes more detailed project monitoring with our in-depth reports of the 5 infrastructure projects we are reporting on today, beginning on page 18 of your committee book. Regarding the 207th Street, the IEC reports the following. The project is 97% complete. The project current budget is $637 million with an estimated completion of $642 million. The IEC forecasts an EAC within the project's current budget. Since our last report, C&D's forecast for substantial completion has slipped from November 2023 to May 2024 due to unforeseen field conditions. IEC concurs that with the May 2024 substantial completion date. The IEC notes that the facility has and remains in operation throughout construction and this delay does not materially impede yard operations. Top remaining risks include the rapid response and coordination to differing site conditions, the delay in inspections impacting occupancy of the relay towers, and maintaining sufficient resources to complete contractual requirements for substantial completion. The IEC considers the risk mitigations implemented on this project to have been effective in minimizing further impacts. On 207th Street sewer replacement, the project is 75% complete. The current project budget and EAC is $153 million, a decrease from last report. The IEC concurs with this EAC. The substantial completion forecast remains November 2024, but the project team is working to improve this forecast by taking advantage of track outage opportunities. To address top project risks, the IEC would like to highlight that site investigations are being conducted to minimize the impact of additional unforeseen conditions around the yard track. In addition, continuous coordination is underway with adjacent yard contracts to eliminate conflicts with competing resources and access. On Rockaway Line resiliency and viaduct rehabilitation, this is the IEC's first report on this project, which started in December 2022 with completion forecast for August 2026. The project is 25% complete with a budget of $599 million. The IEC notes the project is on schedule and budget. All design tasks have progressed as anticipated, and major construction is scheduled to commence in early spring 2024. The IEC notes that a unique set of challenges and risks have been identified on this project, including the difficulty of undertaking structural repairs and resiliency improvements in a marine environment, construction at a swing bridge, the construction of a new signal tower, and work on an elevated structure, and also the need to closely coordinate the work with several stakeholders, including the New York City DOT, DEP, and the Coast Guard. In the IEC's opinion, the project team has been actively mitigating these project risks. On bus radio system, this project is 75% complete. The project budget is $315 million, with C&D's current estimated completion at $355 million due to pending and potential change orders and additional TA labor and consultant support expenses. The IEC, however, forecast an EAC of $360 million due to a later substantial completion date and our assessment of risk on remaining work. While the project team forecasts a substantial completion in August 2024, unchanged since last report, the IEC forecasts substantial completion no earlier than December 2024 due to the resolution and completion of all outstanding technical issues. Since our last report, significant progress has been made in several critical areas, including bus installations, with more than half of all buses retrofitted and placed in service, providing the MTA with an updated radio system. The installation of mobile base stations and utilization of 800 MHz frequency or bandpass filters can mitigate the radio coverage and frequency issues that C&D and the IEC have cited in previous reports. Full system load and stress testing remains a risk moving forward. On Jamaica Bus Depot, this is the first time the IEC is reporting on this project to the board. The project is 13% complete. Current budget and EAC are $654 million. The IEC concurs with this EAC. Due to redesign and late permitting of a temporary parking lot needed to maintain continuous operation of the facility during construction, the project has experienced a delay of 8 months. As a result, the current substantial forecast has shifted from December 2026 to August 2027. Of note, however, is that C&D is working with the contractor to improve this forecast, and with substantial time remaining on the project, the IEC agrees that some scheduled recovery is possible. The top risks have been identified and their respective mitigations are being developed. This concludes the IEC's comments on C&D's infrastructure business unit.
Okay, just to confirm, the issue on Jamaica Bus Depot was that the permit for the stormwater capacity of the temporary parking lot took some additional engineering and approvals, correct? And you guys are committed to trying to recapture that time, am I correct? Because
there's also some mitigations underway. You know, we initially planned to have no disruption to services in the building, but as we've worked with the folks who run the place, we can move into new places earlier than we thought. So we think we have some pretty good mitigation measures to get back on schedule.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hopefully see those in the months to come. I'm going to skip quick Q&A for the moment and come back to it because we're going to lose a quorum, and I want to do the procurement. So, Ms. Boudoir, would you quickly lead us through procurements?
Thank you. Construction and Development is presenting 2 procurement actions totaling $3.3 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. The procurement package contains 1 competitive action for an authorizing resolution to use the RFP process in lieu of sealed bids to procure a series of indefinite quantity contracts for asbestos abatement and environmental remediation services. The package also includes a request to ratify a modification for additional design services for the Penn Station reconstruction project. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I hereby submit them for your consideration and vote.
I have a motion. Mr. Chu, thank you, Mr. Jones, for the second. Any questions, comments before we take a vote? Okay. All in favor of the procurements? Any opposition or abstention? Okay, the items carry. Now, moving back to the, now that we're done with procurements, thank you, Dr. Rizzo. We're just an opportunity for board members to ask questions. This is, you know, the presentation today didn't talk about every project, but, you know, coming from C&D as I do, this is the biggest business unit. This is the stuff that makes it possible to run all these systems and some of the most complicated projects. So I just want to acknowledge that team has come together and is managing a huge workload, but also give the board members a chance to ask questions or make comments. Anything? Guess not. Okay. Yeah. A lot of work. We like the phrase on time and on budget, and we're going to get it back for Jamaica Bus Depot, right? All right. There's nothing else on the agenda for today. Anything else before we adjourn? Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Haida. Thank you, Mr. Chu. We are adjourned.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a chief system operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC. And then from there, going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off, so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a
welcome to the last meeting of the first board and committee meetings of 2024. Thank you. There's someone on the phone here. Yeah, thanks. Okay. That's okay. All right, great. We're called to order. Thank you very much. Steve Weiss is pinch hitting today for David. Steve, I'm sure you'll be great. I expect a 250 batting average today. So it'll be pretty good for a pinch hitter, I guess. And I'm making this up. I don't know anything about baseball. Hader, you know a lot more than I do about baseball. That's okay. That's okay for the major leagues. Anyway, Steve, do we have any public speakers?
David's batting 210, so you can relax.
Can he hear that somewhere? He's going to watch the video of that. All right, David, that's not true. I'm sure you're doing a great job, better than that. Anyway, Steve, do we have any public speakers?
Thank you. Yes, Chair, we have 5 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be in person Jason Anthony, followed by Joseph Morales.
Hey Neil, hey Kevin. Let's continue along that line of football and everything. Let's roast a little bit New Jersey Transit corporations and their subsidiaries. After almost 10 years, they had to raise the fares. Not surprising, but 15% fare hike? That is no good. After them realizing that they are in a fiscal cliff, what is going to cause them to realize that we in the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, we are good and we do things in a wise way? The clock is now on. So, let's start 2024 with the right foot. Kevin, keep doing a good job. I appreciate everything that you're doing. Neil, hats off for you of chairing the committee like you always do. And let's teach our folks in the other side of the Hudson that New York doesn't get full very easy. So with that, I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you. Next in person is Joseph Morales, followed virtual by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joseph Morales. I go to Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy. I just wanted to point out today a few different things on the ridership projections. I noticed that in very good news, Subway, it looks like Subway ridership is just below the McKinsey Group projections, and Subway and commuter rail ridership. Sorry, I misspoke for a sec. I did want to really discuss, commuter rail ridership is actually way above the McKinsey Group projections. Sorry, I just fiddled with the statistics for a sec. That's really good, especially considering what people thought ridership was going to look like once hybrid work and work from home really started to become the normal for a lot of office workers who would use the commuter rail. This is a sign that the MTA's recent commuter rail discounts, such as the city ticket, have been working, and this should be continued to be built upon so that we could rethink what our commuter rails could really be for our region. Also, the one really concerning part was I noticed that bus ridership is substantially below the McKinsey Group forecast at 56.1%. This is really concerning because if you were here for the Transit and Bus Committee, most of the key drivers for satisfaction were wait times, reliability, and the DOT's recently completed a lot of bus lane projects on key corridors around the city. So and the Bronx bus network was just fully redesigned. So the fact that this ridership total is the ridership comeback is so low, given how most purposes for bus travel, if you really think about it, everything's reopened, people are doing things. it means that people aren't turning to the bus system, and that means New York City Transit has a long way to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, virtual is Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Maddie Bucky's Highland. I want to speak to you about fares. As Jason Anthony pointed out, that the New Jersey Transit Corporation has planned to increase fares by 15%. The last time that happened was under the governorship of Christopher James Christie, also known as Chris Christie. At the time, the commissioner was either Jamie Foxx or Richard Hammond, but I'm not ruling out even Jim Simpson, who was Christie's first transportation commissioner. That could be a triple whammy. I say that because last month I spoke about congested pricing about this with this fare hike, though, that's going into effect. Because in Rockland and Orange County, we have a joint agreement with the Transportation Corporation. So I hope for that. Earlier today, I spoke at the Bridges and Tunnels meeting and with the Central Florida Expressway Authority's E-Pass program, which is as an acceptable form of payment method. Anyway, I hope everybody had a good day. God bless you all, and be safe driving tonight. Oh, back over to you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I wanted to talk about a couple of things. One, the Omni vending machines that are working in subway stations. Some of the Omni machines are not giving receipts, and some of them are not working at all. There's also been issues where people tap their Omni card to load up money, the prepaid card, and it didn't refill. So this is something you guys need to look at 86th Street on the 4, 5, and 6. There's been issues at Junction Boulevard. There's also been issues at Bowling Green and also at Atlantic Terminal, where you'll have that there, Barclays. So you'll need to look at that. And the other thing that I want to talk about is fare evasion. So a lot of the MetroCard vending machines citywide are not working. And you guys are always complaining about fare evasion. Well, how is it that the machines are not accepting cash? Many of the machines are not refilling unlimited MetroCards or MetroCards at all. And some machines are not even returning the MetroCard back. That is a big problem. So people are losing their money. So what I want to know from the MT and from the chairman, what are we going to do to make sure the MetroCard vending machines are working until the full rollout of Omni takes place? But also the Omni machines are brand new and they're breaking down. So you guys need to have a comprehensive plan. Also, Nice Bus, Nassau Intercounty Express. So they're having their board meeting next week on Wednesday. I want to know, when is Nassau Intercounty Express going to have Omni installed on their buses? Is it going to be in June or by June this year? Because a lot of Nassau County residents are not able to take advantage of the Omni discounts and the Omni fare capping, because Omni is not accepted on Nassau County Express. Mr. Chairman and the board, please fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final virtual speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Neil Zuckerman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I wish I could be with you, but I'm broadcasting from Oakland in California. Lots of good things in the report. We're doing some real estate work with some improvements. I saw mention of Brewster and about Penn Access, and I'm supportive of those. I've been thinking about fare policy. Maybe this evolves from the days of the tokens and the paper bus transfers going back like 40, 50 years. But when I get on a bus and I transfer the subway, or I transfer between two buses, or I go from the subway to the bus, I get 2 hours from the first tap. And I can ride until the 2 hours expires, so I get charged again. But when I ride the subway in succession, I get charged each time. And I think it's time to move toward a straight 2 hour time frame from when you tap your Omni card or your payment, your phone, before you get charged again. I guess it doesn't really matter for me because I ride enough that I'm going through 12 revenue trips in 3 or 4 days, some maybe even 2 days. But for someone on a short trip, that could mean more money spent. I think we should look at would a straight 2-hour policy negatively impact our revenue? But I think it will work in the future because we want to get more people on the buses and the trains, especially the subway, which is very, very important to me. And part of the building the best subway we can is to have a consistent fare policy. Thank you.
This concludes our public comments portion of the agenda. Thank you to all of our public speakers.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Yes, thank you to our public speakers. We appreciate your constancy and your thoughts. So this month, let's just, we have a slight change in our usual business. The team have changed our classic Finance Watch and Budget Watch. I've been on this board almost a decade. Yes, it's going to... Andrew, how long have you been on this board? Okay, wow, a 22-year veteran. So I'm guessing this is the first time in a couple of decades we've made a change to the Finance and Budget Watch. Now, before everyone gets nervous about change, the only thing that's really changed besides the format is that we have stricken what had been the historic market macroeconomics numbers like employment levels and such. So I would ask you as we talk about these, if you see anything you deeply miss that you used and looked forward to every month, I'm sure the team could return it. It's not a test of your memory, because if we did, I'm sure most of us would not remember that we used to have the employment figures for the region. But anyway, if you see anything you don't like that's been omitted, please let us know.
Hats off to you, Chair Zuckerman.
I didn't do anything.
Hats off.
I could use a hat to cover my hat. Hats off. Anyway, we're goofing around. So, Steve, you want to give us the budget watch portion of the new finance performance document?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The 2023 preliminary results compared with the November forecast ended the year favorably by $517 million. Expenses were $539 million favorable, approximately 3.3% of the expense budget. Based on a preliminary review, the MTA estimates that approximately half of the favorable expense variance is timing related. The real and timing variances will be analyzed and revised as the 2023 financials are finalized. Operating revenues were $20 million or 0.2% unfavorable, with passenger revenue unfavorable by $16 million, toll revenue favorable by $17 million, and other operating revenue unfavorable by $20 million. The unfavorable passenger revenue variance primarily reflects lower paid ridership for New York City Transit bus, with Subway and Staten Island Railway also lower. The commuter rail passenger revenue, however, was $23 million or 2.1% favorable to the forecast. While mostly on budget for 2023, passenger revenue was $1.7 billion or 28% lower than 2019 passenger revenue when adjusted for fare increases. The operating expenses in 2023 reflect favorable labor expenses of $255 million, 2% favorable to non-labor expenses, favorable non-labor expenses of $254 million, 6% favorable, and favorable other expense adjustments of $30 million, 15% to the forecast. Operating subsidies, including investment income, were $27 million or 0.3% unfavorable, primarily due to a timing delay of petroleum business tax receipts. The urban tax was $8 million unfavorable. The mortgage recording taxes were $9 million unfavorable, and MTA aid was $6 million unfavorable. The payroll mobility tax, on the other hand, was $39 million favorable for the year. As you may recall, since the rate increases in mid-2023, monthly PMT receipts had been running unfavorable, and while we speculated delays in the implementation of the rate increases may have been the cause for the shortfall, that was unclear at the time. Those shortfalls were reversed with a favorable December of $75 million received in the month, and the PMT ended the year overall favorable by $39 million. Lastly, Debt service ended the year favorable by $24 million, or 0.9%, due to higher offsetting investment income in debt service related accounts. Further details are available in this month's financial performance report.
Thank you, Steve. Couple takeaways, and thank you for the commentary from the public speaker. But I think December, kind of the same trend on ridership, where commuter rail was really good, subways was kind of right there, a little bit down, and bus paid ridership was significantly down. Again, total ridership on buses is actually very good, but the fare evasion is what is curtailing the revenue. So I think that we closed the year out kind of right on budget, again with the the negative trends that we talked about in November and December. Again, the key for 2024 is to get some additional growth out of all the systems of a few percentage points, which is going to take more riders and improvement on fare evasion. On the expense side, as you heard, we were a little over 500 million better than budget, lower expenses for closing out 2023, which is great news. Again, we're sorting through what's timing related and what's real savings. We estimate, as Steve said, roughly 50-50, but good news is we continue to constrain expenses, and a lot of it was in the third-party contract payments and so forth, which is a good place to keep the expenses down. On the tax side, again, the great news is we kind of sweated as the payroll mobility tax, the increase on New York City employers seemed to be coming pretty slow since the new rate took effect in July. Well, December, anybody who forgot and was paying at the old rate must have paid at the new rate, because December kind of made up everything that was short. So right now, our payroll, the new payroll tax, is producing what we budgeted. One other, and Neil, you've mentioned about the real estate market, and so for 2023, our real estate related taxes were $636 million lower than the real estate taxes in 2022. So we went from $1.377 billion down to $741 million in real estate taxes. Now, shows how volatile that is. Now, the good news, so $636 million negative. In the beginning of 23, we lowered the budget on that because we saw what was going on in the real estate market by $620 million. So we're actually only $16 million off budget. And so part of the financial planning is we built that in, but we're expecting, partial rebound in 24 of, gain back a couple $100 million. So anyway, great closeout to 2023. And, we've talked about, we've got a good budget for 2024 and have to execute on it.
Thanks, both of you. Questions, board members? Okay, let me ask one. And I appreciate the continued use of this tool that shows the McKinsey numbers versus the actuals. I think it's actually very helpful. So the last 6 months, 5 of the last 6 months were below on paid revenue, the McKinsey numbers, if you just sort of eyeball it. If we extrapolate this to the end of the year, what does it mean for our budget? So if we keep tracking the way we're tracking, are we going to be okay at the end of the year? Or do we perceive a shortfall if things continue on paid ridership?
Well, one thing, so if you remember the budget that was passed, we took the McKinsey numbers and we haircut them $100 million for lost bus revenue. So bus revenue, that $100 million, if bus revenues kind of stay flat we're covered on the bus side. I think where, we're looking as we look at subways and commuter rail is that, if we kind of stay flat, we don't, keep growing or stay under, and if that's because, the fare evasion is kind of eaten into our growth or whatever, that could, clearly be, an additional couple $100 million. I think I've kind of said throughout the, remaining financial plan period, if we don't get better on fare evasion and that causes paid ridership not to grow, that ultimately can be a $200 to $400 million a year cost on our revenue.
Good, that's very helpful. All right, any other questions? Hearing none, Olga, please, on the finance portion, formerly known as Finance Watch.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have 2 transactions to report today. It's only January, but we have 2 transactions to report on. And the reason for this, A, we need funding for ongoing capital programs. But the other reason is that the interest rates have substantially improved from the highs of October market. And you can see this in your newly formatted report book in the chart on page 10. The market has improved quite a bit, and it was important for us to start issuing sooner rather than later to try to lock in some of that improved rate picture we're seeing. So last week we closed $296 million of TBTA payroll mobility senior lien green bonds, series 2024A. The proceeds of that issuance will finance transit and commuter projects in the approved capital programs. The bonds were sold competitively, so we received bids from 9 firms, and we awarded to Jeffries LLC as the winning bidder. So that's one transaction. The other transaction is in a pipeline. We will be pricing it later this week. It's approximately $800 million of Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority sales tax revenue bonds, also series 2024A. And proceeds of this deal will also be used to fund transit and commuter projects as well as infrastructure of the CBDT. This deal is a negotiated sale, and it's led by Goldman Sachs with special core senior managers, Academy Security, and that's SDVOB firm, Loop Capital Markets, MBE, and Stern Brothers, WB. This concludes what was formerly known as Finance Watch, and now it's capital markets performance.
Oh, God. So Olga, thank you. I'm sorry, Neil, can I ask a question?
Go.
I just leaned over and I asked Kevin the same question. So I thought we paid for the capital stuff last year. You said one of the new transaction we're doing is for additional capital work?
I'm sorry. You said the proceeds are for transit and commuter capital projects.
Okay.
Was that?
No, I thought we had already budgeted for that and paid for that last quarter, but we're not. This is all new capital stuff?
Yes. So, as you know, we have 2024 capital program currently. We also actually funding some of the projects in the prior capital programs. The funding is done on a cash flow basis. Oh, okay. So we commit contracts as part of the sort of capital programs window, and then as contractors work on our projects, bill us, we need to pay those bills basically, and those bills are funded from the bond proceeds as well as federal grant sources as well as city and state also big funding partners for us. So that funding is kind of ongoing, and that's why we're issuing these bonds.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, well, it's nice to see that yields have come down a little bit. That's a good thing for us. Although we're not, again, as everyone knows, we're not that exposed because most of our debt is long-term debt, not short-term debt. Okay. Okay, over now to Lizette. Are you now next up for? Oh, we have the work plan. Apologies in the minutes. Sorry, it's a couple of administrivia things. The minutes have been distributed to you for our December meeting. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Thank you, David. Additions, corrections, deletions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstentions, motion passes. On the work plan, we reviewed the draft last month. There were some very minor comments on it, but I will take a motion on the work plan as submitted before with comments. We have a motion to approve the work plan.
So moved.
Thank you, Lisa. All in favor, say any comments on the work plan? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstention, motion passes. Thank you very much. Lizette, now over to you for actions from HQ.
Thank you. There are 3 actions this month for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the estimated amount of $63.3 million. And these actions are found in the January 2024 Finance Committee book. The first item is the award of 2 competitively negotiated miscellaneous service contracts to IBM and Accenture in the estimated aggregate amount of $40 million for consulting services for the Kronos Systems Integration and Implementation Project. These retainer contracts are for a period of 3 years with 2 one-year options. IBM and Accenture will, on an as-needed basis, assist the MTA with planning, design, migration to testing, and implementation of the UKG Dimensions timekeeping platform. Each firm will compete and be awarded consulting services on a task order basis. Proposals were received from 3 firms. After review, IBM and Accenture were invited for oral presentations and then negotiations, and the selection committee determined both were technically qualified to perform the Dimension Systems integration work because of their in-depth technical and years of experience in helping large clients similar to the MTA migrate to UKG Dimensions. This is a time-sensitive project since UKG has announced that its current platform that we're on, Workforce Central Software as a Service, has reached the end of its useful life and will no longer be licensed and supported as of December 31st, 2025. So effective January 1st, 2026, it will only support and maintain UKG Dimensions, another platform. The next item is a modification to an all-agency competitively negotiated personal services contract with DIRAD Technologies to expand the existing MTA implementation of contact center as a service to New York City Transit's paratransit department. The estimated price of this modification is $23.3 million. The paratransit contact center is a crucial operation available to customers 24/7, 365 days a year. It handles about 9 million calls each year, with about 670 simultaneously active representatives and 80 supervisors. The on-premises technology currently used by the center was purchased in 2016 and is also now nearing the end of its useful service life. The existing hardware cannot be upgraded or expanded and lacks crucial emergency redundancy. Continued use of this aging infrastructure poses a significant risk of equipment failure and cause severe disruption to essential services for the accessible community. DIRAD's license fee remains the same as established in the original agreement and is 37% below a competitor's license fee for similar software, 20% lower than the current manufacturer's published price, and 11% below the current price established by New York State Office of General Services. The current contract price has increased about 24% compared to the year 2021 contract rate, but we avoided that increase in price for the software by negotiating the 2021 rates. Also, DIRAD further reduced MTA's overall price for this modification by $391,565 in software licensing. All negotiated pricing is deemed fair and reasonable. I submit these procurement actions for Finance Committee approval.
Thank you. We'll take them as a package. Can I have a motion to approve, please? Second. Good. Questions on any of them? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstention, motions pass. Steve, reports and information items, please.
The first item is the Finance Department's 2023 year-end special report, and I'll turn that over to Olga Chinat.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, everyone, again. Today, as part of our standing year-end report, I will provide a recap overview of the fiscal 2023 debt management and capital market activities. And in addition, we'll talk a little bit about what's in store for us for this upcoming year. We ended fiscal year 2023 $3.6 billion less in debt than we started the year with. And that's a significant achievement, which was largely driven by the following three factors. First, we repaid $2.9 billion of notes, which were issued at the onset of pandemic to municipal liquidity facility to improve our liquidity. This is now that another sort of pandemic legacy item which we dealt with. We also paid off $651 million of bonds with cash and also proceeds from New York State bond issuance, which the state gave us as part of their contribution to one of our prior capital programs. And finally, we paid off nearly $1 billion of long-term bonds as those matured. As of December 31st, 2023, we had $44.3 billion of debt outstanding. This is predominantly debt service on which is paid from the operating budget, but it also includes $1.9 billion of bonds paid from the revenues that are in the lockbox account, which is specifically dedicated to funding capital projects. We continue to manage our debt in prudent manner. As you can see from the pie chart on the right, most of our debt is in fixed rate mode, which means that we have known locked-in rates on this piece of portfolio. And that, as the chair mentioned earlier, is really important in terms of managing our interest rate risk. By credit, transportation revenue bonds remain the largest piece of the portfolio, accounting for almost 42%. But I want to mention that in recent years, the higher-rated payroll mobility tax credit became our new workhorse credit, and now these bonds account for nearly a quarter of our outstanding portfolio. Jumped ahead. Now let's talk about the debt service we have to pay on these outstanding bonds, and as well as on the bonds we expect to issue in the future. So the bar chart here in front of you represents debt service payable from the operating budget. The blue bars show debt service on outstanding debt, and striped red bars, that's debt service on the future additional bonds that we expect to issue. The main takeaway from this chart is that in the current year, as well as the next 2 fiscal years, debt service costs have been kept pretty low as a result of paying some bonds off with cash, as I mentioned earlier, as well as debt service prepayments and refundings. Debt service costs begin to increase starting with fiscal year 2027 and stay kind of elevated through fiscal year 2032, and then start to come down again beginning with 2033. In the coming year, we will be working to address these high debt service costs through refundings, possibly restructurings, and also through the way we structure new debt that we expect to issue in the future. Here is another bar chart, but this is actually debt service payable from the capital lockbox account. The color scheme of this chart is similar to the chart on the prior slide. So debt service on outstanding bonds is shown in blue, and debt service on future bonds is shown by red striped bars. As you can see from the relative size of those bars, we started issuing bonds payable out of the lockbox, but we expect to issue significantly more in the future. And that additional future issuance will include bonds payable from congestion pricing revenues when that is online. Switching gears, we can talk a little bit about the market conditions dominating last year, and also how the markets are positioned for the current year. If there was one main theme of markets in 2023, I would say it was probably volatility. Rates have been increasing pretty much from the start of the year, and then as you can see from the line charts, they peaked in October before starting to come down in November and December. This reversal was largely driven by the improved CPI numbers and other economic data. For 2024, the federal dot plot is projecting 3 rate cuts, while the market consensus actually calls for up to 6 cuts this year, with the first cut occurring as early as this March. Of course, this is just market expectations, and the economic release data will advise and modify this as it becomes available. But given this pretty significant divergence between the Fed dot plot and the market expectations, it's not unreasonable to expect additional volatility for this year as well. And we actually already saw some of that earlier this month, with rates kind of starting to reverse out of the lows we've seen in December. Although just to be clear, and you can see this from the chart, the rates stayed significantly below the October peaks. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this slide, just because this is information we provide at every Finance Committee meetings, but you can see that last year we were quite busy, and we executed 6 bond transactions. And again, unless there are some specific questions, I think we've reported on those before. I wanted to give some highlights of the 2023 activity. We sold 2 almost $2 billion of fixed rate bonds to provide funding for the ongoing capital programs. We also issued $3 billion of refunding bonds, realizing net present value savings of $259 million, or 8% of refunded par. We executed several different types of transactions that I would characterize as ongoing portfolio maintenance, and those totaled $600 million in par. We spoke already about the way we reduced outstanding debt, so I'm not going to go through that item by item, but I do want to highlight that bond proceeds last year funded $2.4 billion of capital project costs from projects ranging from station improvements to signal and communication work, line structures, and track, just to name a few largest categories of projects. 2023 was a great year for us on the ratings front, with our rating agency efforts paying off, and several rating agencies taking positive actions with respect to transportation revenue bonds, which are now rated in A category or higher. And we also have Moody's and S&P assigning positive outlooks to the credit. And the ratings on the other credits we've maintained stable throughout last year. Finally, I want to conclude with our 2024 financing calendar. We broke it out by quarters. And you can see that we have another very busy year ahead of us. We're looking to raise as much as $4.7 billion in proceeds for capital programs, issue $500 million of notes for working capital, refinance $1.7 billion of notes with long-term bonds, and also we'll be taking advantage of market conditions as those present to us and refinance bonds for savings when we can. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Questions? Please, Andrew.
Has anybody quantified what, since the improved credit agency ratings, how much we've saved in interest as a result of that?
No, I mean, we actually haven't been in the market with the transportation revenue bond credit. We just did receive a bunch of line of credit and letter of credit proposals, which I think generally came in on the lower end, but we haven't quantified it. So we've seen credit spreads get tighter and so forth. And I mean, to me, the great thing about the rating upgrades is in a backdrop where the federal government was getting downgraded and we were getting upgraded. Obviously, on the back of solving the fiscal cliff. So we have a lot of debt tissue this year for which may vary depending on the actual cash spending in the capital program. So hopefully we'll continue to see that benefit play through.
Here, any other questions? Olga, two questions unrelated. The first is if we're going to be financing $9 billion in 2024, is that a busy year or not so busy year? Just give us a sense of the tempo of how much of that is relative to what we normally are issuing in a year.
Yeah, so I think a good comparison would be the 2023 activity. So that year we issued between the new money issuance and the refunding transactions, so that puts us at $5 billion of issuance with kind of other supporting kind of market and portfolio management activity. So I would say, this is kind of more more intense schedule, particularly in the new money front. But on the new money front, we are monitoring the cash flow needs, and we only go to the market when we see that additional funding is required. So, that's how we will be approaching it this year as well.
Yeah, so it's a busy year. I mean, just to be clear, we're not going to end '24 with $9 billion more of debt on our balance sheet, or half of it is refinancing and so forth. And then, as Olga said, when we program how much new money debt we have to issue for the capital program, we tend to be conservative and assume that the projects will spend very quickly and so forth. So we could end up, and we try to borrow ahead of when actually all the invoices come in. So it's a little bit of forecasting on the spending of projects. But I don't think Olga and her group will have a lot of time to rest this year.
Okay, well, and to that, my second question is related to that, which is, Olga, just remind us, what is the size of your team that's doing this finance work for us?
So the core team is 5 people, actually. But it's been a team that has delivered great results in 2023. Unfortunately, we had a recent retirement. I don't know if we talked about this. Finance Department Co-Director Paula Serra, who has been with MTA for many years, decided to retire last November. But we have Marcia Tanyan, who remains in a director role, and she is supported by Joanne Feld here as a deputy. We're also bringing new people to join the team. So it's a small group, but it's a very dedicated group.
Great, thank you. All right, back to you, Steve.
Okay. The second information item are the MTA financial statements for the 9 months ending September 2023. MTA Comptroller Jim McGovern is available if there are any questions.
Any questions? Hearing none, back to Lizette.
There is one information item for New York City Transit this month, approved by its respective committee, requesting the board to approve the award of a 3-year contract to provide maintenance and support services for the MTA's bus camera security system to Xeon Design, which includes up to 3 2-year options. There's also one information item for Bridges and Tunnels, approved by its respective committee, requesting the board to amend the contract with TransCore LP for all electronic open road tolling and exercise 3 1-year renewal options for cashless tolling maintenance services at the authority's toll facilities.
Great. Okay, any questions for Lizette? Okay, your consolidated reports are in your book, Section 7. I won't ask if there are any questions. Mr. Florio, the real estate story.
Mr. Chairman, real estate has 2 action items for consideration and approval. There is one administrative action item from MTA Metro North Railroad. It's the determination and findings pursuant to the eminent domain procedural law for the acquisition of property interests for the Brewster Yard Improvement Project in Southeast. There was one transaction item for the MTA Long Island Railroad. It is a license of VPCT Realty for access and parking on property adjacent to 465 Johnson Avenue in Brooklyn. And there are additional 7 information items I can go through after consideration of the action items, sir.
Excellent. I'll take the 2 action items as a package. Can I have a motion, please, for the Brewster Yard eminent domain and the license with the VPCT? Thank you. Second.
Second.
Questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion passes. Information items to you, David.
The first 2 information items are for Metro North Railroad. They include short-term parking permit between Metro North and the town of Cortland for its use of the parking lot at Cortland Station. A short-term access permit between Metro North and the County of Westchester for use of an access road and staging area to replace one of our substations in Wilson Woods Park in Mount Vernon. The next two are for the MTA, and they include a license between the MTA and the Board of Managers of the 1776 Eastchester condominium to facilitate preliminary construction work in connection with the Penn Station Access Project in the Bronx. And there is a license between the MTA and RLF 2 Bassett to facilitate preliminary construction work also in connection with the Penn Station Access Project in the Bronx. The fifth information is for both MTA and Metro North, and reports of the transfer of the right to purchase MTA property interests from Webster Development to MADD Equities associated with Block 3272, Lot 101 in the Bronx. Those prior three are transit-oriented development items, and Bob Paley is here to answer any questions. The last two information items are the report on agreements entered into directly by the Real Estate Department pursuant to board policy, and a report on events in Vanderbilt Hall and Grand Central Terminal.
Okay, can you expound upon the Eastchester condominium for our representative who lives in the Bronx, please?
Sure. This is simply a license agreement to allow truck access for the construction trucks to cross private property. If you're familiar with the Morris Park Station, there's a road that goes the length of the right-of-way. It happens to be a private road, even though many people view it as public. So we needed to get access across the road. There's two parties who have an interest in that, and so they've been cooperative in giving us that access.
Okay, I'm going to start issuing Coca-Cola products for this meeting in the afternoon. Yeah, we got to get. I know, we just got to get a little more excited. This is important stuff, ladies and gentlemen. No Bucks, no Buck Rogers. Andrew, go.
Bob, I assume we're going to be hearing a lot more additional proposals for the land along the Penn Access route in the Bronx in the coming months?
Well, you will be hearing some permanent easements that we're going to be acquiring in cooperation with property owners. You also have been hearing, I'm sure, what the city is doing for rezoning to leverage our investment, and we've been working closely with the city, to ensure that coordinated actions are being undertaken, because it's a huge opportunity for the Bronx and for development around the train station.
It's the definition of transit-oriented development.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be hearing a lot more, I assume. Then.
You will be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for David? We've taken the vote on the action items, so I think any new business for the committee? Hearing none, a motion. I'm trying to make it stimulating. Anyway, hearing no new business, may I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Second, all in favor, thank you very much. See you on Wednesday.